there is now audio. Wait, why did it... What? That was odd. But yeah, we are in fact alive upon the internet, it seems, although you guys didn't hear the first one. Why? Guessing it's with the Windows update that happened today. The game audio is also not here. Let's fix that as well. Because... Why? What? Why would my audio settings change? Wait, let me just fix this right away. No, just audio settings. Where's settings? Yeah, so let's go there. No, this is set to default. This is set to default. Yeah, I know. I'll look into that later. It had swapped devices on me to default, but then, like, first of all, why? Second of all, the defaults seem to be correct, but they weren't. Anyway, there's Amy. And yeah, let's jump in. We'll figure that out later. For now, audio should be working again. At least it does look like it. Yeah, let me quickly check that this is the browser we're capturing. Yeah, let's jump in. But also, yeah, we're gonna, as the title says, we're gonna record something in a bit. But first, I want to actually work on this guide for a second. Because I want to actually add in... We kind of decided, like, I'm saying here states, and then actually is, but then on these later ones, I'm actually doing the correct part of just, like, typing out what what it states. But I'm not doing that actually in the earlier parts. We need to actually do the states part. States like that. So increases weapon. Actually, it's not capitalized. Weapon damage. And then, is that how you say implying? Or did it just correct itself right there? Okay, I think it corrected it already for me. And then maybe we'll do it like this. And bold. Playing stacks. Why is there still a thing there? A line there. I mean, yeah, it capitalized it for me, but now it just doesn't want to go away. Yeah, let's do it like that. Let's just add that in. Actually, it's not implying, meaning stacks are weapon damage. Meaning stacks are weapon damage. Yeah. I mean, actually, that's just fine. Just was gonna add more text to it, but likely left over from likely unnoticed when changed from 1 stack per second for 7 seconds. That it was prior to its rebalance. Mess that one up. There we go. There we go. Also, if we're doing that, that should just be a line break. Okay. States. And play amplifies damage 5% ellipses. Implying, this one is implying. Additively 5 times. So a multiplier, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so striker. Increase total weapon damage by ellipses. The amount doesn't matter. Stating that stacks are total weapon damage would be additive. So yeah, actually is, yeah. Self additive, comma, separate multiplier. That's the way we should do that as well. Okay, on to over the top. States grants plus 25% weapon damage ellipses. Meaning that its damage increases all weapon damage. would be additive to all weapon damage from red cores and such. Damage is total weapon damage added to the. Okay, this one's good. Next. um, states plus 25% weapon damage to ellipses. Meaning damage increases all weapon damage. Yeah. Multiplier. Ripple affecting structure. Okay. Plus 50% weapon damage for. And if they ever do a Division 3, they need to uniform. Although the thing is that, yeah, several different teams and stuff. They need to uniform these things. So it's you basically like always put maybe the time at the end and stuff like that. Like uniforming it would be really nice. Yeah, let me catch up here as well for a second as kind of my world and Hader Brand. And thank you so much, Chair, for raiding this away. And hope you had some fun. I was checking around some of the channels. Yeah, I did see you streaming there. But yeah, hope you had so I almost did slash raid there. Not slash shout out. About to raid you right back. No, yeah. I'm gonna go to our Sanjay here. Yeah, thank you very much for sending people these aways. And yeah, I hope you had a good stream and enjoy your day. And welcome in Flooded as well. And yeah, welcome in Raiders. I'm kind of working on. Last time we kind of fixed up this wrong text guide that lives in my guides folder. For those actually interested in some of these guides, maybe and such, I'll link to the guides. But yeah, there's a guide in there that is the wrong text, and I try to keep that up to date with like wrong text that we know. And one of the things I wanted to change, because with some of the newer ones, we've done it like the states part. I used to kind of just like paraphrase what it's saying, but I should just also have exactly what it is saying. So, and kind of making it look better that way. Equal to there. And actually the there here. Total health. And as I'm putting up there that it states, but then I don't actually say what it states. I paraphrase it, which isn't, what it states. That's what it means. Because I was also even thinking of splitting this up into states and then means and then actually is, or just states meaning that, and then yeah. Well, for now I'm just gonna keep it like this. At least we'll have the text in there already. Oh, actually, on this one, this was newer, of course. I could have just reused that. Because in these later ones, everything past here actually should be this. I've actually did the literal Actually, yeah, so let's do this like this. From perfect version. Just have it be at the butcher it first and then we'll fix it up. From the perfect version. From the normal version. This makes more sense with the way that we're kind of doing it up there. Game's like, stop using up server resources, get out of here. Yeah, so, and all of these like later ones were already fixed, but then here, like it's per category, so going into a new category. So actually, I'm gonna put one more space there. One more.
Safe area detected.
In between. The Google autocorrect was there. It's from the final version, so. Yeah, let me have a peek over here as well. There are any rules for not going over 6 crit. I try not to do this, but the build goes 0.6. Oh, yeah, no, that's basically fine. Wasting a few crit is fine as long as it's not too much. Quite often, it's even the preferred way. So especially if you have like Coyote, I generally am in like the 52 range with like strikers and such. And yeah, like when you get the 10 from Coyote, then you go to like technically, you know, 62 capped at 60, of course. But that's kind of fine, like that, those kinds of things. And especially what you can do is just calculate out like your both of your options in crit chance, crit damage. That's balancing crit chance, crit damage is just that. You just take both numbers, you just multiply your, you know, what your crit chance, crit damage is now, and then what your options are, basically. And just, it doesn't need to be like this in percentage and that, just take the whole number, like 66 times 150, or 60 times 150. And then, like, your other option would be maybe like, you know, 55 times 172, right? Like, those would be the options if you dropped like a 6 crit chance and you were maybe like 1 over. And then bigger number wins between those two. That's just the simple way of like checking which crit is better. Because quite often it is well worth just wasting like 1 or 2 or something. And then as well, you do have to kind of like, it does go a little bit deeper than that, because you also have to sometimes think like, if you're running killer triggers off of crit chance. If you're running fast hands, that triggers off of crit chance. So then even going with maybe like a little bit less of a number, but like being at 60 and then maybe wasting a little. But yeah, generally wasting, the easy answer is as well, like wasting up to 2 is generally kind of okay. Wasting more than that, 3 and above, it has to be a weird situation for it to be worth it. Like, yeah, multiple things triggering off or crit chance, and then like it's just barely better or something like that. But yeah, just multiply. Just think of think of what your options would be, and then just take those options and then just take their crit chance times their crit damage, and then just you basically get a combined number out of that, and bigger number wins. That's the easy way of checking and balancing crit. So this says, so where does it say it actually? More damage to armor. More damage to armor. And this one is from the agent. Okay, this one's new actually, so this one is actually it applied the mark. So this one's one that's causing a lot of confusion at the time being. I've noticed a bunch of people think that Sledge became solo basically, or like the player themselves, but although also rightly so because it says it there. Okay, that one's good now. So this one is and take 25% more damage to T armor. 2 armor. Damage. That's a lot of damage. That's when you get a lot of dams together in one room. Then you have a lot of damage. Okay. Can I ignore this? Yeah, it's a personalization. So we don't have the red thing underneath it the whole time. The rest of this is good, yeah. Meaning damage increases damage to armor pool. We'll be able to, yeah. And on these ones, we've already fixed them up. So these last 3 should be okay. I wouldn't mind actually having it be here. Implying it is in 10 discrete increases. Yeah. This one is. Okay, that's kind of. And these ones we have kind of direct copied them, but let's give them the same treatment kind of, so that when we're that increases damage to elites. And this one, yeah. 1% in on that one. And then this one also, no. Okay. Okay, then yeah, this one's kind of updated. Yay. It's kind of good as well. At some point we should, I mean me. I need to fix it up and kind of, we'll turn it into a video. Oh, and and either Eternal Chaos. And thank you so much for the raid there as well, as I was kind of in my own world for a little bit. Although actually, it seems to be that it was very recent, so didn't miss out too long, but wouldn't be the first time that there's a raid or something and I'm kind of in my own world. But yeah, hope you had a good stream and hope you had some fun, and welcome in raiders. Yeah, indeed. Hey there, Chaos, and hey there, Darf, and hey there, Grievous, and I'm doing pretty good, and I hope everybody's enjoying their Monday, is getting ready for tomorrow's Reanimated starting, and is looking forward to having some poppin' heads, poppin' zits. Gonna pop some NPCs out of existence very easily. Okay, so this one I'm perfectly happy with for now. We'll likely find some other things to add to this as we keep finding a bunch of stuff for that. But yeah, let's actually, because maybe I was considering maybe waiting for a little bit before starting recording. I might actually do it that way. So what I might go do is quickly just go do finish up a weekly on one of my characters, just bang that out, and then we'll come back and then actually record that other video, because most of it, that one's not going to take too long, and I'd rather do it at what would normally be the streaming hours, basically, like a little bit later. So yeah, no worries. Food o'clock, understandable. Yeah. Enjoy your meal. Entered. I'm guessing dinner as well, right? Yeah. And yeah, we'll catch you around. Yeah, let's actually check. Have I done the? No, I haven't done this one. I've done the bounties by accident. Well, not by accident, but I actually went around on a bunch of my characters. I had like an hour on like Saturday and then Sunday afternoon, each an hour. So I went around actually and cleared up all the challenging bounties that I kind of had on the world that come from like the daily projects and stuff. So getting those out of the way. Capital is also this daily. This one is viewpoints. Let's see actually if, I guess, so that's that zone. Capital is that one. I think I'll just go title. And what I was thinking, do I want to run this guy? Actually, you know what, I wouldn't mind running now. Let's run character 3. Let's see if they're just as far. I don't mind running the Striker Tech Tank and running it with Chameleon for a little bit more. Stuff like this. Sounds like a plan. And yeah, over here, I'm gonna go get started and do a weekly. Just bang that out. Get some more exotic components. As I actually didn't do that many of these weeklies. But I do most of the... Actually, this is the only character that didn't do the legendary this week on this account. This one isn't as far, but we just need one bounty. Which I'll likely have, hopefully. Okay, I have one there. I have one there. Actually, you know what? Let's do it kind of right. Let's grab the graded.
Hey, agent.
Also, I wanted to try this out with Strega. That was also one of the things I wanted to try out. So let's actually take the graded Strega. Let's take the graded Chameleon. Let's go all in, kind of. Show out our own Strega already, right here. Then only character 2 likely didn't have one yet. Because actually I need to get that one off of character 1. You know what, let's actually start with the Strega. And what I'm gonna do actually is I'm gonna, because yeah, with the Strega we're 41, 122. So that's kind of low. But I'm just gonna leave it up to Retribution. I'm gonna take Reversal, Liability, and Retribution. Really making some use of Retribution. And by the teeth first. And you know what, seeing as I need an activity anyway, is there any good zones that are also invaded? No, not particularly. Yeah, let's go do this one. And we'll do 2 activities, do the 2 missions, and then how many days until 5 times XP begins? That's gonna be Friday. So it starts Friday morning, basically, by the timing that it currently looks like. At least, well, basically Friday on the whenever the daily reset is for things and stuff as well. But also, yeah, so 3 days, 13 hours. You can also like find your exact moment there. Unlikely it's gonna be. Guesstimation is, yeah, so far it's been generally till Sunday, because one time we had it from Thursday, like last time was from Thursday instead of from Friday. But both times it was till Sunday night, basically. So. More legendary.
Target near you.
I don't mind too much legendary, but generally I don't mind it with good teammates. Legendary to me isn't that much. I don't enjoy it, honestly. It's so much about getting spawn gambling, basically. It's much more about knowledge than execution, honestly.
I'm exposed here.
Which,
No one can save you.
although might actually I get that last DUA out of the way as well tonight. But later on. And yeah, Strega, as long as we are 2 stacks and above on enemies, we're doing pretty good. 1 stack and we're kind of mediocre, and no stacks we're kind of bad. It's also why I don't per se like it on Striker as much. Well, I should just stack. I should just stack correctly. Because one of the things with Striker as well is, of course, it's up front, it's weak, and then it gets stronger as you get stacks. But that then also will happen to, you know, your weapon is the same way, basically. It's also why I kind of like actually having upfront damage, especially with Striker. You can destroy that, get 1 stack on this guy. I do like the playstyle of Strega and trying to still min-max out of it, because you can definitely improve your outcome with it. Where you have, I should sit a little bit better as I'm kind of leaning the wrong way. killing like a red, killing most of the reds to start off with, like leaving the named as last. Although it also doesn't last that long, which is kind of annoying. Reset days. So overall, there's multiple is the annoying thing. Because there's Tuesday, that's the reset for most of the things. Most events and stuff start on Tuesday. But then Incursion by itself is Sunday night, it resets. And it isn't even like Monday morning. It's yeah, well, it is 1 o'clock in the morning on. Okay, this guy is Stellite, but isn't showing me. Like, why am I not killing him? Well, that's the two major ones, and then every morning there's the daily. And the daily one, if you bring up targeted loot, it's the timer on targeted loot, basically. But then you also have things like Descent, which actually reset around around nighttime, around like midnight, depending on summer or winter time, which is kind of annoying that there's a bunch of different ways that the game does it. Would be nice if it was just always the same. So here, for instance, I'm gonna go for that medic, go for this guy. I won't actually finish that, but I need to go for these. These guys with one stack isn't the greatest, but
kill whoever did that.
that guy. Get out of there.
Target neutralized. Good work. You got the target.
Yeah, once the spawn happens like this.
I'm right behind you. Airburst deployed. I'll get to you.
This guy's 5 stacks. It's kind of nice. Well, the thing is, of course, with activities, we actually have those spawns quite often. Extra spanky light. That's our trio. That's our trio of Czechoslovaks. Totally missed 3 shots in a row there. The best build for Gloop Legend that don't involve Striker. Why are we excluding Striker? Just for the challenge of it? Well, that's a valid reason. Negotiator is the other big option. You could go there. Umbra could be used, but Umbra, it kind of depends. If you're in a coordinated team and they're not rushing everything, Umbra can definitely be used. But if it's just a fast-moving team and such, a little less so. I wish actually that if you killed an enemy that had maybe like 4 stacks, then it would actually maybe give an extra, or if an enemy has like more than 2 stacks on them, then it would maybe transfer more than 1 stack, basically. Because one of the things is quite often, like you may have like a bunch of stacks on one guy, but not on the guy you need. Like that guy.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
But also, yeah, so generally our way of getting true legendaries, and basically for all of them it's the same. It's 1 foam eclipse and 3 strikers. If you wanted something other than the striker, yeah, we could do the same with 3 negotiators. Well, you could even do it with 3 high ends if you really wanted to. But strikers definitely aligns really well with legendary. Oh yeah, we just need activities now. Let's just go territories. The striker on, currently it's striker.
Starting location
Running
nearby.
the striker tech tank basically. And kind of as well making use of retribution to bring up the crit chance a little bit. Because I haven't actually set up the crit chance here. Let's build this setup actually to be even a little bit low on crit chance. Because normally it runs the chameleon. That's my voice for it for the time being. The moment that this kind of shines is kind of here, when we have a bunch of enemies spawning all together.
Access key detected.
And we have enemies with 3 or more stacks, so we can hit them really hard. Umbra is the bugginess with Umbra, unless there's more than it, but we haven't played around with it. Sometimes it doesn't activate, and sometimes it is bugs out like after fast traveling and stuff, where it doesn't get you any stacks, but it's very easy to check. You just go into cover. If you're not getting your stacks, then yeah, it's in that bug state, and the only thing you need to do is like remove and put back a piece of gear. Basically, you remove the Umbra, like a piece of Umbra to something else, and then go back. It's not it's not a hard one to deal with. But yeah, you do need to know and be aware of that. Make Umbra.
Hostile control point nearby.
The next build showcase is going to be Umbra, so that might help. But Umbra is pretty easy, honestly. You have whenever you're in cover, you're building up, you're charging up your laser for when you come out of cover, and then once you're charged up, you basically just pull out into the open, and then you're basically, when you're in the open and in combat, you're charging up the other side of it, which is the healing for when you go back into cover again. But basically, you go into cover and then you pull out once in a while. The thing with it is especially that you can charge it up before a fight, so you can always start at like full. And playstyle wise, what it really enforces is like you wouldn't want to go into cover here. You wouldn't want to go here if there's enemies there, and then just pull out and then shoot, because now you're all the way in the open. What Umbra really forces you to do is always think about tall cover. Because here, if I now pull out, I can use this corner to kind of like peek around, right? So Umbra and tall cover is basically like they're best friends. They are the bestest of all friends to each other. And that does actually change up a little bit how you play. Because I wouldn't, for instance, here with this striker, I'm going here. Although I'm going to be like this in a second. Even if I kill this thing, it's not going to be fast enough. This is kind of also sometimes the downside of that. Oh, I destroyed her grenade. That counted as a... or whatever she was throwing there. It counted as a... I feel like the handleability of this thing. Because there's moments like this. Like, I wish that guy, that 3 stacks, it would transfer more than 1 stack with this striker. Because here I just have 1 stack on this boss, and at this point I would have been better off with just a fall with killer than that. Can high-end raid will work for legendary? I'm just bad at keeping stacks up with that thing. Honestly, I wouldn't. If the easier answer, just knowing, because yeah, the high-end raids, yeah, definitely you can. Like we used to run them. We used to, strikers wasn't always what it is now. So, but the better answer, honestly, is if you're having issues getting the stacks up and such, don't worry too much about it. Just run an obliterate striker even. like not even a chest striker, not the 200 stacks one, even though we all say like it's better for legendary. It is, but you need to know how to stack. If you aren't comfortable doing that, just the mission is running. If you're not comfortable doing that, just run an obliterate striker, just 100 stacks, and just shoot with an AR. Just don't think about stacking too much. The thing is that an obliterate striker even at like 50 stacks, 49 stacks technically, depending also kind of which build you're. But the classic glass red versus the classic obliterate striker with the backpack at 49 stacks is the crossover point. So when the striker has more than 49 stacks, it's beating a glass red, and of course without the downsides of a glass red. And that means that yeah, it's kind of while you could like try to go other routes, honestly would likely be better just with striker. So, a lot of disorient happening here. My memento is charged here, so I can be a little bit stupid if I want to be. I can take a lot of hits. 3 pieces of negotiating over. With 3 pieces? Wait, what do you mean 3 pieces of negotiating? Or, I mean, well, with the negotiated gear set or just 3 pieces? Or was that with Ninja Bag? Because you never want to use less than 4 with Negotiator. Negotiator and Strega also don't align well. The kills that you get with Negotiator, the transfer kills, don't give you Strega stacks. So, they don't feel good together. Vendors also reset Tuesday. Basically, a lot of stuff, most of the stuff is Tuesday, and then just a few stuff is, yeah, Sunday night, which is only really incursion. That is important. And then, yeah, the rotation of descent is at 1 at night. And some of the projects also end then. So, for instance, usually the 5 times XP actually ends not on, you know, Monday at 10 in the morning, which would be like the normal rotation time. It usually ends at 1 at night. That's been the case for the 5 times so far.
System reactivated.
But yeah, vendors definitely also reset Tuesday. That's one of them. Isn't it? Okay. Yeah, I guess that's my. But yeah, Negotiator and Strega, yeah, that definitely, like, it's not horrendous, but that's not the place to kind of put it. Even though you would think it would fit well together, but yeah, the spread kills not being
Local area network
weapon kills basically.
Check any terminals or laptops you find. The more intel we collect on Black Tusk, the better we'll be able to counter them.
I got some stacks, but I didn't actually kill him until the stacks were gone. I just swap over to Chameleon, especially for this mission. This mission is like the Chameleon mission almost. Like there's an auto combat after every fight. Yeah, let's go back here. Because I do like the Strega, especially for open world and stuff, because their stuff spawns together and then you can kind of catch them quite easily together. Yeah, let me catch up here. And either it then. Good afternoon, well, good evening from here. And yeah, that was the Strega I was using. Although I'm gonna swap off of it for specifically this mission as well. This is gonna align a lot better with the Chameleon. Almost all of the fights in here are shorter than 45 seconds. So.
I hope this encryption is to protect something juicy.
This guy's Stellite. Let me actually see if I can get my legs going already. I usually try to get the legs up first, because then we have the reload. And then at least the reload of the Chameleon is pretty good, and then Because all of the times that here it goes out of combat, it resets the chameleon all the way to full. As long as you're full on him. So when it's activated, like the leg one is there activated, here the body is likely activated as well. Yeah. Every time it resets, it actually resets back to full. Which is kind of nice. I need one. Good to hear that the storm isn't affecting you yet. Hopefully not at all as well. Very good to hear. Neither, Ivan.
Shit! They got shield!
No.
75% complete. Connection remotely terminated.
Shit, they cut off the terminal.
Should also try to get the head one bonus. Because likely all the way we can carry it all the way to the end.
Humanity has been observing the planets for millennia, but we are only now beginning to uncover some of their secrets. Earth, the third rock from the sun. Our home may not be the center of
This
our
might be actually a fight.
but
No,
so
does it
far,
actually?
it
No.
is the only planet that can support life as we know it.
Deploying UAV.
In the
It's been a
vast
while since I've done this mission solo.
Man down!
It's irrational to think that our little planet is the only place capable of creating and sustaining life. We know that Mars once had vast oceans, that many of the elements found on Earth could only be created of a supernova.
This guy hiding.
While no other planet in our solar system sustains life, it's
There, did eat my
possible
45
that
seconds.
The building blocks that allowed organisms to evolve from
Sorry,
single-cell
could you-
amoebas to complex living beings like you and me.
The point where I like
nothing
having
more than the ash of a dying star light years away.
an eclipse. I would just take care of that. A dated website, I guess. Yeah, it could very well be. I think the division. Although I think that's Sunday. Sunday. Because I think the Division 1 reset for vendors is Sunday. But the vendors also, they have a timer on top of them that says when they restock those quotas. Actually, some of the vendors are daily, like Wally. I guess she gets a different Vindicator every day. The chest one back. Should have gone for the leg one first. Let's see where the other one is.
For millennia,
Am I blind? I am.
only now
Oh, I can see the red thing above that red thing.
Earth, the third rock
Interesting.
from the sun. Our home may not be the center of our universe, but so far it is the
And the tech tanks are a little bit overkill. Should have actually put on a bunch of directives. I don't know why I didn't. Because if nothing else here, cool skills is just completely like it doesn't make a difference if I do or don't have cool skills on. Yes, I'm using artificer, so
System malfunctioning.
let's try to get the legs up as well. It's actually kind of hard.
System
Once you have the, oh yeah, I gotta get them in. I got the legs there. It's kind of hard to get the legs one once you're kind of going with the mid ones because it kills way too fast.
once home to flowing water.
This might be a little bit
as
too
evidenced
much,
by these
but
images. At one point, more
yeah, I
than
was afraid it would be
3.8 billion years
sniper
ago,
dog.
to 1/3 of the Martian surface
I need my
had
shield
been
to come
covered
with.
by ocean.
He's wasted!
Martian exploratory
Got one right
craft
over there!
has uncovered evidence of more recent water flows as well, ranging from gullies and dried river systems to what appear to be
And the chameleon really does align well now with
surface of Mars that
especially
could
the
only
striker
have been
tech
formed
tank.
in a liquid water environment. Today, water can
Oh,
be found on
back to full.
Mars largely as ice at the
I do
Martian
like that one.
North Pole. Although small quantities exist as water vapor,
Network signal
I
detected.
need this out.
Sounds promising.
Let's Surprised they didn't start shooting at me right away. Just gonna take that bleed. Back to full. Gonna take the jump. Back to full. That's kind of the thing with the chameleon. As long as you're having fights that are shorter than 45 seconds, the chameleon is
I guess we keep looking.
likely one of the best picks. But also that can kind of be yeah. Because not all fights are like that. And versus, yeah, this mission is very much... This mission very much is.
Maybe you'll find a terminal there.
But then a bunch of other stuff isn't. Like, if you're in the open world and stuff, you might get just aggroed by something far away that you can't really do anything about anyway. So...
Finish mopping up these assholes and let's see what we can find.
Finish off this first one. Oh, that's not a... Saw some red over there. That's somebody else who I was hunting.
All hostile. I hit him.
It's probably bricked, but check out the server just to be sure.
With a little bit of modifiers on top.
Reformat cancelled. Attack data 0.7%.
I'll send the data you were able to recover to our tech guys just
Also,
in case.
I'm using a grade 25 one
The
here, so
museum is secure. Well done.
we're gonna
Just hoping we get some
add
value
the
from
best
data you
outputs.
transmitted.
Let's go to the plaza. Is the other one. Well, like Mugiri mentioned, once you crafted some pieces, are getting the blueprints from Descent. No, so
Considering what we
those
know about that, there's been a lot of
for
Black Tusk
brand
activity
set
around
and
that
gear
metro
sets and
entrance.
such,
Clear
we
all
generally
hostile
get them
elements
from the
area.
season that they were on, and then what they used to do, or what they have fixed up, is that for a lot of seasons they have fixed it up that, yeah, they also drop from the control points. But yeah, for Lingmo they haven't, for Bellstone they haven't, for Endless Fury they haven't, and for this season's Virtuoso they haven't. So yeah, it's annoying if you don't, if you weren't there for those seasons. Currently there is no, but hopefully there's no way of like getting the blueprints. Hopefully they'll fix that up. They've been okay here and there, adding a few missing ones, because we're missing much more than we're missing nowadays. So they did fix up a bunch. So hopefully in the future, but it's especially trying to get the Lingmo like knee pads, holster, and the backbone. All of those can be kind of countdown farmed. They're all doable. The chest, yeah, that not so much. But then just don't go the chest version. Go for the sacrifice without the Fox's Prayer, like putting the Lingmo in the knee pad slot, the third one. That makes it a lot easier to get. And then later on you can farm for it, or maybe they'll fix the chest blueprint. Sticky deplete the fire cam launcher. Sorry, what? It's the fire sticky deplete the fire cam launcher. Do you have cool skills on?
I'll follow.
Like the one I would think.
Tango, under fire.
What is it? There is directives and such that can make that stuff like that happen.
System disrupted.
Oh, well, specifically cool skills. Because whenever you use one of your skills, the other one will go.
System reactivated.
Keep pushing through.
Oh, was that the Rossi one? I mean, yeah, speedruns are always cool to see. I mean, the sub 10s toasties nowadays running in
System curtailed.
Capital are like insane to me. Like I would never have thought you could solo run it under 10.
System restored.
But yeah, incursion, yeah. Because even I think like even my fastest is like a 9 or something. Yum to me. Oh no, it's an 802. So anyway, that with Omni. Likely that was with Toasty and Pomic. But they've gotten better times since. I know if you just there is just some strats that you kind of need to be able to do well to get the legs going, because I'm also like half of a fart away from it. You've got legs, I'll use your legs. The other drone. No. Didn't get my medium to stay, or the middle one to, the body shot one to stay there. So we'll have to re-trigger that one. I think the world record is even faster than that, right? Or was that the world record? I don't follow it enough to know. But yeah, just one, like doing one shot per phase, right and such, and then running through that fast water, as it's usually called. Now already, like, if executed correctly, that's like how I got my 8-minute one. And I didn't execute shit there. That was all Toasty. It carried by Toasty. At best, I didn't get in his way. That's the best way to describe my contribution to that to that run.
Like that, cabron?
Get down to the mall.
Of the YouTube channel. Yeah, it was likely Rossi one. Saw that one as well. A fellow definitely up here. Was it? I'm guessing it was this one, right? 618, this one. And for those that don't know Rossi as well, actually, you know what? We'll do some shilling for him, as he doesn't do much in the form of YouTube stuff, but definitely some of his videos are well worth watching. So, and Rossi also makes he has also kind of like a build collection thing. Geez, do I still have the command? I think I still have this command still work. Yeah. As it, that goes to this, which is like he has his own like kind of build collection, and then he has written guides, which is actually sometimes even better for newer players, because my guides are definitely like the recommended list. It kind of helps, but the rest of the build collection just by itself isn't per se that new player friendly, because you know, if you don't know what Eclipse is, then just showing an Eclipse build with like what is equipped on it doesn't really help.
Black Tusk must have found a stockpile of sealed barrels somewhere.
Active terminal detected.
Transmit any data you recover, so we can try to figure out what Black Tusk is up to.
I'm trying to shotgun me in my back. That's not nice.
System restored.
And this is with especially the modifier here definitely feels pretty strong. I should maybe as well. I'll copy that other one. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, a lot of commands only work in the Twitch chat, just because I only have like 20 command slots in the YouTube chat one. But what I usually do is just use that to call it up and then copy it, but I forgot that about that. I'll copy it over there. And Rossi is definitely, like quite often, he's like, if I don't know shit, I'll first go ask him.
Engaging all enemies.
And usually by that point, by nowadays though, it's usually if I find something that I don't know the answer to, neither of us know it, but then he helps out quite often with figuring stuff out. And he goes out and figures, especially for instance, the video that he has on the health gate, I feel is basically if you've, well, he calls it one-shot protection, which is just a different way of calling it, but same mechanic. But if you've ever heard me talk about Healthgate, or like when Pomic's on stream as well, we quite often talk about, you know, that took my Healthgate and stuff like that. If you want to know what that is, that his video kind of, he has a video explaining it really well. That's also actually the reason I haven't made that video as well. I wanted to give it a little bit of a time in between, because he went out and actually figured out the mechanic behind it better than I did ever. Because I knew what was on a timer, but I didn't know what the timer was exactly, and if it carried through a bunch of stuff, and he went and tested all of that. So. Let me get you up here a second. And hey there, Wayne. Oh yeah, Solus indeed as well. As they run together quite often. And they're also quite active on the official Discord and stuff, so. And the Reddit and stuff. Yeah, that was the one. And that was a kind of nice, cool looking, clean run, so. And I hit across.
Jammer on the way. The flank.
Got the body.
System
Need some legs.
Fire on affirmative.
Give me your
System
knees.
reactivated.
I need your knees for my reload speed. Okay, now give me your face.
Got a beat on that agent.
That went for you.
Get to the plaza.
Bastard cost me my my body one. Now let's grab some ammo. Grab directives again, actually. Also, I just want the 3 exotic components, honestly. That's all I'm after. See how many exotic monies I have. I did need to upgrade a bunch of stuff. Oh, 350.
Secure the area, Agent.
Leaving contaminated area.
Got a target.
I'm surprised how little it spawns actually
That
for
sniper seems determined to deprive you of viable cover.
the obligatory. Wait, a sniper with determined? Color me surprised. You guys, give me a second. I'm trying to kill your boss.
Yeah, they got shields now.
System disrupted.
I'm gonna shoot him to get stacked with this last guy.
True Sons were
Completion.
onto something with those DC-62 warheads, but they lacked ambition. Imagine what we could do if we reverse engineered and mass produce this liquid. No one could stand in our way.
As ruthless as the True Sons were, the Black Tusk are smarter and more ambitious.
Also, always just
Your actions
same
here
for
prevented a major war
DC-62,
crime.
and then
Sure
also
isn't.
like the Eclipse virus that Keener makes. Like DC-62, you have to literally touch it to kind of, you know, take damage from it. Like we have nerve gas in there, right?
Serious
Like
trauma detected.
we have stuff that is 1,000 times more effective than this. Like they're trying to play it up as if it's something super dangerous, but this is, yeah. Like we have much more dangerous stuff.
Oh, that. I've marked it on your map.
Already. Actually, you know what? Let's
Civilians in
take.
distress.
I actually don't want Fog of War. Nah, Fog of War is fine. Yeah, let's take those two.
We need to retrieve the
go
antivirals
run
before Black
this.
Tusk can move them somewhere safer. Head down into the sinkhole and locate the maintenance pump room. We rigged explosives.
Because I
there
don't
that
want
should get you
special
inside the
ammo. Special
perimeter
ammo
once
is
you detonate them.
disrupt rounds here, so I would get it a little bit in my way. I do need my shield. Don't want to deal with ammo in any real way. I don't want to deal with whatever the other one is. How am I blanking on it? Oh, no regen. Yeah, I want my regen. Because yeah, the no regen also is the memento regen, which I'm using quite a lot here.
Okay. Now
But the
find
cool
the
skills
detonator.
doesn't matter. Here I'll
Explosion should
only be
cause a
pulling out
cannon
my
that will
shield,
just
and
inside
then
the wall of the base.
even if my artificer is on cooldown, it actually doesn't care when it's on your back for the purposes of healing the shield. See if I can get my toe in again. Too bad that guy isn't forward. Wouldn't have mind that stealthing. The only big downside as well with Chameleon is once you're on it, you can't swap off, which is kind of fine for Obliterate Striker, but on a Chest Striker, I would like to be able to swap to an ACS and back, but you would lose all of your stacks.
Shoot him, damn it! Man down.
Can I shoot the turrets here? It's not very useful. There's plenty of enemies to shoot at. I can actually shoot the. Do I actually? Wait, am I getting? Oh no, I'm not getting stacks. No, no. I wasn't sure if I was getting striker stacks. Hopefully we get out of combat here. Okay. Oh, and either stellar. And yeah, thank you for the raid there. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you had some fun. And seeing you've been jumping around a few other games. Understandably as well, of course. Yeah. It's always good to take a break sometimes. But yeah, thanks for raiding this way. And yeah, welcome in, raiders. I'm just finishing up my weekly over here. Oh, well, one of the weeklies on this character. Also, I want to just kind of test drive this build a little bit more, which is Striker Tech Tank, but then with Chameleon. I haven't just ran this much since we kind of decided to put Chameleon on it. It's because I haven't been playing much solo, so I'm playing a lot in groups. Plenty of time. Try to get the head also, but the thing is I'm gonna lose it anyway by with the big rune. That's the bad guy. Any limited number of coyote bonuses from allies, for example, group of 4. If everyone has coyote, can we invest all gear for damage? Well, I kind of guess. Cross actually explained there, but all their buffs at the same time as max, one of each, exactly. So this is why it was a good idea to swap off coyote if there's already 3. Yeah, and often even 2. It's still best to play around the 50% chance mark. Yeah, the exact thing that kind of cross actually has up on screen there, but it's one of each buff at any time is active. So even if there's multiple people that have like the short range buff, only one short range buff is active. But then if one of those people now gets a mid-range buff, they move to that. And if there wasn't one there already, now you have a mid-range and a short range. So at most, you can have one of each, at most. And multiple people in the same category, basically just one of it. That's why as well, yeah, you can kind of set up, if you're expecting multiple coyotes already, like Countdown, you can set up, because you can even set up even to, for instance, if you have the option between, like in the past, you used to have the option between 54 and 48 on the, oh, I didn't, I should shoot the thing. Trying to shoot him, I forgot to actually,
Rogue agent detected.
It's actually easier than the actual fight there. So I say, yeah, so yeah, we had 54, 48, and actually you could go 48 because once in a while somebody would also have the long range, especially in Countdown, where, you know, people just take shots of opportunity. If stuff is spawning all the way across, like they're just gonna shoot anyway, and just one hit is enough for their coyote to go long range. But generally, if you're not taking your own coyote and you're expecting other people's coyote, at most, I would just, you know, like 58 or 48. So you go to 58 with just the mid-range is kind of like the limit, I would say. Because then, still, even if like there's a long range once in a while, you can benefit a little bit from it. But now as well, keep in mind that Retribution can fill you up quite a way as well. Yeah, let's go murder some rogues. Hey, the chopper's already pre-destroyed. It's kind of funny. I have come to shoot you in the face. Please stand still so I can get my face buff.
Detected.
Where did you have a
Hostile
sniper
incinerator turret detected.
Oh, no.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Watch your side.
Be aggressive. Be aggressive. And that would have actually been even safer if I just had grabbed a Scorpio and just whatever high-end weapon I have. But there, because we already had the legs and the chest already triggered on on the chameleon, I was like, let's just bum rush him. And I could have like, yeah, I was at when I was rushing the other one, I took a little bit of too much damage. If they had like a stinger hive or something, that would have ended there, like with the second one. They tossed something behind me and that ended up being a healing. I saw it being a hive, but I didn't see what it was. So. But yeah, well, that was a healing hive. If that wasn't a healing hive, if that was a stinger hive, I would have actually lost that fight.
Scored ahead.
Really not really having the accuracy for that.
We're pinned down by turrets at the main gate. Find a way.
Here I'm definitely gonna lose it. This fight is just longer than 45 seconds, so at least I have full stacks for the start of it. Just variant with Coyote, there's 51 crit chance for a second. Let's go. Someone I'm using the blast variant a lot now is the best signal. Yeah.
Reinforce the
Oh,
main
yeah.
gate sector.
Although, well, you can also use glass without going like a different backpack. Also, both of those should be the same crit chance.
Fire at that guy.
Put up a shield.
Or well, at least both of them have the option to be the same. Oh, you're going to give sacrifice and then I like that. Yeah. Oh wait, well, the other one should be then Cheska, so yeah, that should actually be the same one. And either SHD agent. That is that is exactly, I feel, the name a rogue agent would have. Just to throw us out. Hello, my fellow SHD agents. Oh, go ahead. Feel free to ask away. And then I'm going to lose my boofs. I'll just have to make new ones.
Contact here.
That's the legs already done.
I can do both.
The reduction in how many hits you need is actually really nice as well. Especially 20 on the legs is just to get that reload in. Kinda nice.
I'm with you.
I'm ready to open the gate as soon as the area is secure.
Probably gonna keep my middle.
System malfunctioning.
Oh, actually. Should have been paying attention to what's spawning instead of
System restored.
my weapon.
Now locate those antivirals. As soon as you retrieve them, send up a flare to signal the support team. We'll stand by here and cover your ass.
Go there.
System reactivated.
Never really lost all three, although, yeah, the head one is ready to be triggered. I didn't trigger it actually there. I thought I would lose it by the time it's over. Someone with the talent of the new exotic holster, the Centurion. I think already Cross kind of answered it there. Hello, Freddy. The thing with it is basically, yeah, it has two buffs that should go on separate weapons. It can't go to the pistol, it's only main weapons, and
Intercept those cylinders.
the buffs
Can't
are
let Black
like
Tusk get away
stated
with a
on it.
single
It's their
sample.
20% rate of fire and then 20% weapon damage on one side, and then the other side is reload speed and ammo size. But currently as well, when swapping, it's basically giving a free reload because of the, or well, swapping to the side that has the ammo, the extra mag size, and that's kind of breaking a bunch of stuff. And also currently you can get both buffs on one weapon pretty easily. Yeah, I'll read out what Crossroad out there because likely went by too fast. But yeah, swapping weapons will give the following group bonuses one by one, and indeed 1% rate of fire, 20% weapon damage. And I won't read out it, but yeah, the PvP ones you can read those yourselves on it. But yeah, magazine size and reload speed on the second one. Bonuses will remain active for 12 seconds. Or until the next weapon swap. Swapping to your sidearm will not trigger the next group of bonuses. That's like the text of it. Exactly, as Cross kind of said there. Yeah, the auto or like going to the max size one, reloading it, that's just a bug basically. That's the same, like that's the thing that they actually like had implemented, you know, what was breaking the rock and roll with the
Cold storage
ammo
device
kind of
detected.
ammo changes not applying
That's gotta be the
post
antivirals.
swap basically, because for instance now as well you could kind of equip two Patriots, reload the weapon, get that max size, and then like go off of it. That was the preventing of that. But because of how the holster works with recalculating max size, doing it in kind of the same way, yeah, when you go to the max size part, it reloads your weapon. It is from your ammo pool, and it will always do it as well, even if you don't want it to, which can be annoying actually. But yeah, free reload on a bunch of stuff is really good. And a little bit too good. And also, yeah, on top of that, you can also have both bonuses on one side, which is definitely not intended, which I'm surprised still has not been fixed. Harvest of is not stacking properly, but what no, the Heartbreaker set definitely does not stack as good as Striker. That's like very clear if you're just side by siding them. It's very clear how poorly can this thing even, can I get that? I want to go in it. But yeah, that's just basically an issue for Heartbreaker, and it's not completely, it doesn't break Heartbreaker completely just because it is at most 100 stacks anyway. But you basically, to me, Heartbreaker, you kind of have to do ACS stacking even for the 100 stacks, where like with Striker, I would say an Obliterate Striker you can just stack with.
I'll go for the heavy gun.
Like here, with just a main weapon. Okay, then. I was gonna say, there's likely one more alive in there. So, lost my stack there. Yeah, let me get you up a little bit.
Additional cold storage device detected nearby.
Get that second antiviral cylinder. The support team will secure the first cylinder in the
The build that
meantime.
I'm using now, I think already somebody linked up there. Yeah, the 313 indeed. Which is a Striker tech tank setup. It's the one Cross linked in the chat there. I'll copy it as well to chat. Just might be there as well. Oh, yeah, weird that the other one didn't link. Or maybe there was likely there was a space at the start or something. Oh yeah, if it's a replay, the bot, yeah, I saw
One of the
that.
cylinders.
That's
They're
the,
trying to intercept the other one.
Hold the bridge and protect that cylinder. That's one less division agent.
I don't think the bot like looks at those.
Requesting support fire. We've got hostiles on the bridge.
Request denied. We can't risk those antivirals.
Copy that.
It's Orient Trans.
This is Thunderbird. I'm making an attack run on that hovercraft.
Negative, Thunderbird. They'll tear you to pieces.
Oh yeah, here I am as well with like maxed out build and also maxed out oh well, a great 25 million and such, so this is about as set up as this build can be. Although, yeah, the tech things I'm all up for recommending for newer players as well, so it's honestly one of the easier ways to deal with solo in the game.
Sample secured. Preparing to exfil.
Copy that. Good work.
Portable canister detected nearby.
Having this up.
I'm hit. Losing control.
The weird thing is he crashes there, and it's like a Huey style chopper. Later on, we'll see a crash chopper up there, and it's not a Huey.
We're fucking stranded.
Wyvern, you need to exfil on foot right fucking now. We need those goddamn antivirals.
You want me to run away? I thought you knew me better than that.
This is an order,
Squirrel.
Wyvern, do you copy?
Tommy,
Get on
yes,
board the hovercraft and
curious.
secure the rest of the
Wait, the
antivirals.
glassy?
The support
Really?
team will
Is
protect
that the
cylinders.
thing of rabbits? Oh. Because I feel that's not right. Wait, let's search for this. I feel this is res the glassy. Oh, no, that's okay. Yeah, that's Douglas squirrel. Pine squirrel. Oh, so that's where Douglas thing comes from. What? Oh, it's specifically species even. Okay, so it's genus. Okay, so that's why I haven't heard it before. It's specific species of it. Stealing all your answers out, that's completely fine. Also, how does one steal answers? Like, maybe if I was in a help desk or something, gonna let this guy come a little bit forward, and now we're gonna kill him, and now he's gonna slide. Slide. I know why that just makes me so happy. Because there's a few places where the incline is just enough that buddies will slide down them if murdered. And that one is perfectly that. But yeah, and always feel free to.
Coming up. Hostiles have been...
As long as they're correct, I have usually no issues with that.
Sending in drones.
Nothing here. I can do
Really,
this
you guys
all
are gonna
day.
make this fight longer than 45? Just because of their stellates. Oh, I should have maybe hidden my... Should have maybe hidden my nemesis. We could have gotten an adversary here. I can't now go and do it because logging out and logging in does lose your mission progress usually. So, but if I were to hide my nemesis, we would get an adversary here, which still want to get one actually that is detox determined, just for the hell of it.
Get those rocket launchers prepped.
Because that one is
I'm gonna blow up
you
the
can't
motherfucking
recalibrate
White House.
it.
Are you out
So-
of your goddamn mind?
We need to cripple these assholes. So that's what I'm gonna do.
It is what it is when you get it.
Christ, she's insane.
Basically, the way to do it
whatever you
is
can
you
to
can
prevent the launch
get
of those
one
rockets.
each day on each character, one, and it's just basically the reset of the crate required. But then if you do get like if when you get one to drop and you don't want it, you just leave it. Because if you deconstruct it or pick it up in any way, you can't get rid of it after that point. Not without actually making a new nemesis, which is deconstructing that one and then doing, you know, the whole getting the parts from strongholds, which will generally then take, you know, another 2 weeks for you to clear that out. So yeah, let's go fight ourselves a wyvern.
Here to see the fireworks?
Ooh, there's fireworks.
You won't.
One thing we used to always have with her, she used to not run away as fast. Nowadays she does, kind of. They've kind of changed her a little bit.
Initiating launch sequence.
Jesus Christ.
But then we would tell new people like, oh, there's a combination. If you run out there and melee her.
Right now, repeat, this is not a drill.
The amount of people we've gotten to do that is actually, it's funny that it is. Because she actually has a hunter melee. So she can just basically one tap you to health gate. Let's spawn it now. Should have swapped to all outs. But I have reversal, so I can just bum rush. And here, for instance, it's kind of annoying that I can't swap weapon. Because I would love to swap to my ACS, get my stacks up, and then swap back to the main weapon, but I would lose all my stacks if I did that.
Rocket launch backup power activated. Launch sequence initiated.
So just gonna... That's the middle one. Shoot the front from here. Shoot the back. Gonna grab ammo on the way back as well.
I'm gonna remember killing you. It's been a while since I could say that about anyone.
Firing on top. Right there! Hostiles are using ballistic shields.
And here we do get out of combat.
Come to save the day, huh? Or you're a real goddamn hero.
See if I can end her real quick. There's her sheep. It's no longer immune. She's no longer
What's your
alive.
status? Wyvern, come in. Wyvern. Fuck. Tango's in sight.
Because yeah, she goes basically unimmune there for a little bit, and then
Rocket launch backup
she
power
would then
activated.
afterwards,
Launch
a few
sequence
seconds later, go
initiated.
immune again, if you were to let her. But how about we don't let her? So I'm just gonna run over here, even though this wave is gonna spawn in a second, but I'll grab all these mementos, and they'll keep me safe.
Going for it!
Because I'll have a billion bonus armor. Back the other way.
Rocket launch backup power activated. Launch sequence initiated.
Oh, we're out of combat actually. Reset my chameleon there. Nice. Just stop setting me on fire, thank you.
We lost one.
There's the dogs left. And one of the things here is as well, I'm technician. That does help actually. Just waiting for 2 million a stack there, or 2 million a hit. It's how much RPM is this thing actually? 1035, right? Yeah, 900 base. Let's get our lead. Isn't very unorthodox help.
Sure to collect the antivirus
Kind of is,
Gary.
isn't it? It's just
The antiviral cylinders are secure. We'll make sure they get safely extracted.
state the nature of your division emergency.
Sir, we've got enemy helicopters on approach. Should we knock them down? Negative. Hold your fire. We can't chance those cylinders getting destroyed.
Well, that's a bit of luck. Agent, you managed to secure the antivirals and shut down a
Barely
key
ever
Black
do
Trust
this, so
stronghold.
let's actually go
Not to
downstairs
mention
here.
preventing a rocket attack on the base of operations. Incredible work, Agent. Truly incredible.
Incredible, but there's
there's
so
still more
much
to
more
do.
to do. Always love that line by Manny. Incredible work, Agent. Truly incredible, but there's still much more to do. And one of the things we basically never do is one of the parts you can do. We usually just fast travel out, right? But actually, if you go back, you can like just run through here, and now we're like where the choppers were. And then this gate also opens actually, which normally was closed before, and then we can actually go through the main gate. We just never do, basically. How long did that take it actually? 28 minutes still. Oh wait, I've loot up. Oh, that's from the rogue fight. Just wanna. But yeah, basically here, yeah, you can go back into the open world like this. The question is, why would you want to? Why not? Let's actually go over there, and likely we'll have the snitch here. Yeah, this is one of his normal spawn positions as well.
Want to know where my pal is set up today?
I'll take a black disc, Manny. Let's get the key chest over there as well, while we're here. Also, I've been to Danny already this week, right? Let's go check to be sure. And then, yeah, once we've done that, we'll set up actually to record a little bit of a video. So I wanted to play a little bit before we jumped into that. Just felt like that a little bit. Also, I'm full up on something green on titanium. I need to actually upgrade a bunch of stuff. Because I'm full up on a bunch of stuff, electronics as well. Let's take it back to the White House. On the West House. Re-recorded post-launch. Ah, is it? Was it something different? Back in the day?
Hey,
Or was it just a different, like he was saying it a little bit different? Yeah, I gotta sacrifice there, but nothing useful. Let's pop our caches, as we did get a weekly in there as well, so 5 levels and a few other ones. It wasn't really. Yeah,
glad to see you, Agent.
he was just scolding us for you almost shut up the the thing you're supposed to save, the
Nice doing business with you.
antivirals. Yeah, let's go check. I'm pretty sure I've been to Danny this week, but let's go check. Also, yeah, I saw the scent is gluttony, so we'll be avoiding that for today and tomorrow and the day after. Gluttony is overall, I would say, out of everything, kind of the worst one. Office hours of doing, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, actually you are right, yeah. But that got changed like very early, right? Truly incredible. And I don't actually remember it either, like how it was different. But that's also why it was memorable. Like it was just so weird. It's kind of like now his other one of like, thank you for keeping us safe, agent. and like as if we woke him up at 2 a.m. or something kind of voice. And hey there, Phaedrus, and thank you so much for keeping that sub going. A full year, I see there. Okay, I've been to it, Danny. But yeah, thank you so much, and yeah, we'll be sure to waste those on upcoming apparels whenever they come up. But yeah, as always, much appreciated, and much appreciated for a whole year. So that is it's quite the waste of money that you made there. I do approve, though, as somebody who also often wastes money. Yeah, let's take this back to here. Let's go to character 1, I feel. We'll likely also grab the bundle clothes of maybe I should do it on just this character. Because actually on this one as well, I could actually have the... we could likely still equip it from here, right? Yeah. I mean, her color scheme is green, so this actually kind of fits. I'll just run this. Let me see if I didn't miss anything in there. Just gonna in my own world for a bit. Yeah, no, seems I caught everything. So spend it on anything wise. Yep. Good to hear. Great minds think alike. Yeah, let's actually put back some of this and this. And I was thinking of just using this as kind of the background to it. Having the White House. Because yeah, we're gonna record a little bit of a video that's gonna be on kind of the history of the build collection. I'm gonna explain kind of where the build collection kind of came from. And actually, let's go already to the scenes, the correct scenes, yeah. I'm also gonna show some of the old, because I have this old folder which is like a bunch of old stuff instead of just keeping backups of some of the things. And then yeah, we have some of the old builds here, but what we also have is like a really old builds pictures, which is kind of interesting to when we go through and gonna talk about some of these. And as well, I'm gonna actually as well kind of talk a little bit about some of the early stuffs I did and such, just to a little bit of nostalgia, honestly, just to kind of go through a little bit of my history and a little bit of the build collection's history. So yeah, we're gonna set up to record an intro for that. Also, I need to actually still make a folder for it. Let's do that real quick in the recordings folder. Finish up that. Yeah, that hard disk always requires. I'm surprised that I'm like I would be happy if it just died because I have backups and stuff. It just doesn't want to die, but it just takes forever to start up. And it's like a 6 gigabyte or 6 terabyte hard disk. So, but yeah, it's always annoying that it goes to sleep way too quickly, and then so 250120 build call history rambling talk. So that one's going to be a rambling talk. Let's actually have already a description file and a Photoshop file for the thumbnail in that folder. Start by name. View by large icons. Okay. And then yeah, let's actually start recording. I like the chameleon going green there as well. It's truly a chameleon. Because actually, for those that may have never looked at the chameleon, it does actually try to, you know, it goes. It's actually pretty cool how it like changes colors and stuff. It is actually one of the cooler weapons. The only thing I don't hate is, or kind of hate, or don't like, is kind of the mag that is. Well, it's not actually a mag, of course. Like it's supposed to be like some like the power supply or something for like the battery. And I do want to show off, of course, my tag there as well, or my patch there as well, because we have the Descent 4-man flawless nemesis. That one is still super annoying, actually. I'm surprised we got it that one time. That easy. Or well, we didn't get it easily, but we could get it kind of like not without trying too hard. It's kind of cool. Yeah, let's do an intro, which is, yeah, it's a rambling talk. So yeah, for today's video, I want to ramble on for a little bit, and let's usually how those go. Yeah, build collection history, and oh yeah, what's my name again? Oh yeah. Hi, I'm Nokia. Hi, I'm Nokia. Hello, I'm Kajika. Yeah. No. Yeah. Actually, I should do like more weird voices starting up just with, hi, I'm Ikea. And for today's video, we'll be looking at, yeah. Yeah, let's not. And, hey there, Blur. Yeah, let's get started. Let's, before we go actually insane, let's get started. It's also now sunny weather, which is good. The haze has gone. I can see clearly now. Yeah. No. Yeah. Hi, I'm Ikea, and well, hi, I'm someone with a closed throat. I was Kajika all along. Yeah, I haven't been doing that voice much, but yeah, you could have joined us. But instead, you chose to join those without an iPhone. Those Android users. Although actually what that voice actually is I don't know what it was. It was like a web series. That's what it always like triggers how I want to do the voice, but there was this like web series thing with Snake. It was like cartoony or like Metal Gear Solid 1. And it was the Psycho Mantis of that. Snake. Don't you want to get our snake? That's kind of what I always remember it from, but yeah. But it kind of also fits for Kijika. Group of kills with weapon damage of crit and maximum. Nice. And yeah, those are always nice. Having a full guard roll chest to free talent. Those always come in handy. Yeah, let's hit record. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we'll be looking, for today, I want to ramble on for a bit. That's how all of the rambles always start, and I myself forgot as I rambled on for way too long. Yeah. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to ramble on for a bit about the history of the build collection and kind of go into some nostalgia around that, as we'll go over how the build collection kind of got started and what as well the layout and such is, and kind of discuss that, as there is definitely a pattern in there and some people have definitely noticed that there is, and we'll kind of discuss why that is there. And as well, go into some very old build pictures and discuss them and how the game definitely was very different, how builds were way different back at the start of WONI, when where basically these pictures will be from like season 2-ish, I believe they are, as we'll see later. And yeah, we'll kind of go through a little bit of explanation, a little bit of history, a little bit of nostalgia, and we'll try to make it fun. And yeah, we'll cut it there. That'll be our intro. And this video definitely is not intended to be very long, so I'm gonna try to keep it brief. Briefish. Another one, Nokia stocking versus one Kg. Well, Nokia doesn't have. That was the funny thing. By the time I was doing the second April Fool's video, I totally had forgotten actually what voice I had done for original IKEA, which I basically just did a new voice basically for the second one. But yeah, nowadays I've been using that for Nokia as well. But Nokia actually in like the April Fool's video, it's not that voice. It's much more like a yeah, well, that is gonna go. It would be more like this, and just very, very light breathing, and then like and then just kind of just in that cadence and stuff. It was much more like that. I would have to rewatch it to kind of. And it was a lot of and then and this, just like a. Mimicking some of the people that just, although definitely speaking just coherently is its own thing, and even I still have to say a lot of ums and ahs and stuff like that. So we're kind of making fun of some of the yeah, basically some of the voices. Kijika isn't actually there, but has gone as a Dutch streamer. Yep. I'm a decoy all along. Brief Nokia viewers. Yeah, very brief one though. And they did 12 nickels. I'm doing pretty good, and hope everybody's enjoying their Monday, and looking forward to tomorrow when we get reanimated going. Anyhow, we're recording a little bit of a thing. I've just recorded an intro, and we're gonna continue recording. Basically a brief thing about the build collection and how it got started and kind of how the current setup for it is, and then also go into a bunch of older stuff in here, and together with that a bunch of older stuff. Actually, we'll likely go to the older stuff in the build collection, and then we'll just have this as a bonus at the end. But yeah, these are really old. So when was this originally made? So 31/10/2019. So this is even before WONI, because it has to be. Because this is why I should show you that. Yeah. So this is the weapon table. So in the past, the weapons didn't have the bar of 15 weapon damage and a base. What they had is basically a base plus a hidden weapon damage bar. So you had different bases, and then there was a max base that you could have for some of the weapons. in Gear 1.0. And this was one of the first things that I kind of made by myself. And this was just a list of basically what the max bases would be of the weapons. Because if you got one, like you could get a FAMAS anywhere from like maybe like 10k to like 12, 17.3 as we have there. So it mattered a lot more what base you kind of got on weapons, more so than like which weapon it was and stuff. So even back then when people are like talking about P416s and stuff being really good, actually the FAMAS was the king already once it got its 50 round pack. Going back and kind of looking at it. Was it P416? Yeah. So this at you know, the 750 RPM that it was back then. Now it's 800, of course. So. But yeah, we'll go into a bunch of that stuff. But first, yeah, a bunch of other stuff first. Although we'll hit those as we get there first. And yeah, let's kind of get going. And we'll start off by introducing the build collection, just for those that may be unaware of what it is. Although, if you kind of know my channel, it comes along, you know, we use it quite a bit and it comes up quite often. As, yeah, the build collection is just a bunch of build pictures in a big folder. It's a Google Drive folder, and we're using Google Drawings, which is a thing that they have. And yeah, we can go, for instance, into certain builds, and we have a big build picture here in Google Drawings. And the original impetus for this was just that I wanted to just share a few of my builds and also keep track of them. Just that's also why they are laid out the way that they are. Let's, for instance, open just a chest striker here, for instance, with also the stats being there. That comes from just me wanting to know what stats I had on some of the gear, because keep in mind that in the past, there was a time when optimization did not exist. You only had recalibration. So it would be handy, especially with me having multiple characters, for me to kind of make quick build pictures, not as extended as this with all of the sides and stuff and weapon damages. It was just the main picture kind of, and with the stats alongside of it, to keep track for myself. And with them being on a Google Drive, they are actually shareable through the link. That's basically the system that I use as well. The entirety of the build collection is just in a folder. I can take the link, well, it will be from the address bar here, but it's of course cut off here just to not show that. And sending anybody there or to the build picture itself, I could share it that way. And early on, I was with a few other players as well that were kind of into theory crafting and such. So yeah, we would theory craft quite often, and that would lead us to compare builds and send them around. And this was an easy and a simple way to get them there, using Google Drawings. And yeah, if you're not aware as well how these actually get made, it is literally, I just open up the game. And nowadays it needs to be not full screen, so we alt enter to kind of not be in full screen, and then I just use snipping tool from Windows, which is the shortcut of it is Shift Windows S. When you press that, basically an overlay comes up and you can just take a little part of the screen, and that basically puts that in your clipboard as an image, and then you can paste it. And that's basically how what all these are. There's just several segments of pictures taken from the game put in here. And the reason I do it that way is because it's pretty quick for me to get that done that way. It is also visually the exact same as the game, because, for instance, some of the other tools, of course, they are similar, but not exactly the game, of course, because you can't completely copy it over there. But here, it's basically the game. To anybody that is already familiar with the game, seeing one of these pictures, you kind of can quickly ascertain what is being ran there, so that when somebody that is kind of experienced gets shown, I don't know, let's go with something a little bit weirder, like a third drone hybrid. They can kind of ascertain from this, oh, there's yellow cores on here, there's a third drone, Oh, they've kept some of the damage. Oh, they're showing a little bit of like the skills and how hard they hit. So, okay, so it's a combination of those two things. Of course, to newer players, this still isn't the greatest way to kind of convey information. And that's also why quite often I actually send people to Rossi's written guides, which are quite often handy for newer players, much more so than my stuff, because it's much more for advanced players. It's basically much more for myself and people like me, I kind of feel. As that's also, as we were kind of talking about, the original place where this all started, I had a bunch of builds of myself to keep track of them, but then I started to kind of share them. They got shared to a lot of places. I saw them popping up in a lot of Discords, and I just kept adding my builds to it. And eventually it became to the point where I was, half of my builds were kind of up here. And I went like, you know what? Let's just get all of the builds up here. Now, they started out mostly with just basically the core picture and just the stats next to them, together with the way that all of these are set up is if we just go into one random one here, for instance. The main picture is there, of course. The stats are here. The brand list is here because it's quite handy to just kind of have the brand list there so we can kind of, know what brands these are, even if you don't know the names, together with the weapon talents and the gear talents as names there. The stats blocks kind of in this area, and then usually in here, extra information or other options. So for instance, here we're showing turret and drone, for instance, for this build. If we were to go, for instance, to a negotiator here, we have like other weapon choices here. So that's this little area I kind of use as just whatever I kind of want to convey more than than this. And then nowadays as well, we have basically with all of the builds, we have weapon damage numbers there, and that's just for myself mostly as well, just to, well, first of all, we can kind of compare builds pretty easily between those, this and the information to have. But together with that, if I put the stats into a calculator and I don't hit these numbers, I know that maybe I messed up somewhere, likely, or I'm forgetting that there is maybe a foxes in here or something like that. There isn't, of course, here, but we can use these numbers as checking numbers for what is happening with the stats here, for putting it in a calculator. And that, of course, then kind of went on and on till I kind of had all of the builds into here. What also then happened is, we kind of went with the numbering scheme as we have it here, where it goes from 1.01, and the number on the left side, basically, which with the camera there is inverse, of course, for you guys. The number on the left is the character number, and we're going from 1.01 to 16, and then 2 point, 3 point, 4 point, and then 5. And 5 might sound weird because there's only 4 character slots per account, of course, but that's also the answer right away. That is then a different account. So I have 4 characters on what I consider my main account, and then I have the 5th character, 5 point going onwards, is basically from second account. So I have a second account. I actually even have a third account. We're not showing the third account on here. Just that showing the 2 main accounts is kind of enough, especially as well. On that account, I just have mostly copies, honestly. And then, of course, the other number on the other side of the dot is basically a 01 to a 16, and that should give away what that is as well. There's 16 loadout slots. This is, exactly as well, the loadout slots as they are in game. So, for instance, if we go to 3.01 here, an OD on this character that I was actually on, we kind of take it into the game. We can see actually that their 3.01 is an OD. Although here, of course, saved with 5 pieces. If you want to know why, there's in the build collection updates, we've discussed it quite often. But that's just to give me options. And that's exactly as well how they then show up. So it is those characters one by one. But then there is a pattern within each character. So what I don't do generally is some people have like a raid character, and then a countdown character, and then a PvP character, and then just, on whatever character or a mule or whatever like that. To me, all 4 characters of mine are basically set up that I have kind of everything I want on per character to kind of have a bunch of different ways to play them. You can kind of see it as it being 4 main characters. So generally the layout that it kind of goes for me is that actually on the first slot, the 0.1, is kind of their signature build in my eyes. I kind of have, of course, my own, like, in my head lore for each of my characters, basically. And their 01 build is kind of their signature. So on character 1 is a hot shot, which is kind of snipery and such. On character 2, it's aces at this point. That character is much more, where I also have a bunch of my rifle builds. He's like more rifle based. Then we have the OD, which is also where, for instance, originally my very first Eclipse lived on this character. They're much more like, to me, the status affecty character. And then character 4 has negotiators. And then actually character 5, with character 5 on the count 2, I'm not per se doing it that way, but they also have a negotiator. And that kind of fits in my headcanon with both of those kind of characters. And then it goes basically that we have a bunch of red builds. Then we have a bunch of yellow builds. So in this case, for instance, we're going strikers and we're going high-end red. Then we have, generally we have a healer afterwards, but in this case, this character 1 doesn't. So character 2 and such, they have some form of healing after that. Then they have an Eclipse. Then they have a bunch of either full skill builds or drone hybrids or hybrid builds based around skills. And then it goes into just some random stuff in the middle and ends usually with blue builds. So the blue builds basically come from the bottom to the top, and then kind of the red at the top, and in the middle is kind of the hybrids. And generally what I do is, at the bluer the build, the more towards the end of this it goes. And that's just kind of my just how I have it set up. That's usually as well why, for instance, some of the tech tanks are more towards the end, and then PFEs are usually behind them. And if they have full tanks, like some of these do, kind of, for instance, the PFE setup here that I have for Kantan, or maybe even the full tank that we have kind of for Raid, they usually end up in the last slots. And basically kind of that is the layout that I kind of go for. It isn't per se set up in that way for any specific reason. That's just how I kind of landed on my builds. I wanted kind of the reds up front, the blues in the back, hybriding blue and red, kind of ending up a little bit in front of that. And then, the skill builds are kind of in the middle together with a bunch of the hybrids and headhunters and such. And each character as well has basically a bunch of the builds. Some of the builds are kind of double. Each of my characters, for instance, does have a striker, an Eclipse, usually a tech tank in different forms, and a PFE. That's basically what I generally do need on each character to kind of do all of the things with them. And then the rest is kind of, a little bit all over the place. Nowadays as well, each character does have a headhunter of sorts, as that's quite handy to have, of course, as well. But that's kind of how then the build collection got kind of set up. And then, of course, I kind of started spreading it around and going like, hey, maybe use this, and linking to build pictures from it, and people going, hey, is there more of this? And then I could link to the whole thing and go like, yep, there's a lot more. And people were pretty impressed by it. Although, through the years as well, it has become impressive to even me, but it has taken up a lot of small time here and there, because quite often, like we have done recently with upgrading it all to TU22. It did take a while, but that was just spread over, in my case, dozens of streams. Usually at the start of a stream, we would just spend an hour or so fixing up a bunch of builds, getting, the numbers for them, the pictures for them. And everything's kind of been touched at this point, because you can also notice that, for instance, we have all of the images nowadays are with the older images, as we kind of go to the X builds here at the bottom. They used to have, of course, the double wide basically for the specialization weapon. That's the old way of the UI of the game. All of these other builds now have basically the half size with the modifiers next to them. So that's how you can tell as well that a build has been updated. And all of the builds up here have been updated to the newer methods. And then, of course, over time, then what became the issue is that there's a lot of stuff in the build collection. Some of it I wouldn't recommend. So, for instance, we have things, let's go a little bit maybe with something a little bit weirder, like, a red Eclipse. Not a very useful build, not a very powerful build. I wouldn't per se recommend this in any real way. We're not, unless I run out of shit to do, we're not gonna build showcase this ever. I might just maybe include it into something else. But then yeah, you have stuff like that, and then you have strikers, and we have like a strikers here. Now for a new player, all of these is the same, right? Like it's in here, so it must be good. At least they got recommended that way. Because of that, I started making the recommended build list, which is the big list up all up in the front of this, and this of course kind of became actually the thing that really made the build collection kind of stand out and kind of work well. Because in the recommended build list, I'm actually recommending the builds. Here, of course, we have the links going to the same build pictures that we have in the build collection, but we're giving a little bit of context. So, for instance, here as well, we're kind of laying out that what the current meta is, which is strikers, and we just kind of link to those builds, and then we also give, if you want to go with something else, this is the something else's you could go with in a red setup, and then we start going into many a build, and especially as well, excluding kind of things like that red eclipse, things that are a little bit more out there and not very useful maybe. Partially, well, I do say here as well, in no real order is what I actually say. There's a little bit of order here. So we're putting the tech tanks here kind of at the top, following that up with a bunch of headhunters. I would definitely kind of, recommend having a tech tank for solo play. They are my go-tos for it. But yeah, then having some headhunters. And in there as well, in the order here, it is kind of laid out in the order that I would recommend them, like not per se outright, because sometimes it's different builds for different moments. Because for instance, here we have the Heartbreaker tech tank and the Striker tech tank. Both of those I would kind of put on the same level, each of them having benefits and issues of their own. But then I would definitely put those above the Negotiator, the high-end Piston, the Hunter's Fury, like I have it here, tech tank. So yeah, basically the order does kind of matter within a category or within like one of these headers, as we have them here. And yeah, especially getting, of course, the recommended build list together and out there, as this gets used quite commonly and quite often, and yeah, people do quite enjoy it. And also as well, we then eventually as well added in a bunch of different categories, for instance, here with legendary missions and incursions and raids and such, so that we can have kind of recommended builds going into those. And that'll help out quite a bit. So that was a good addition at the time, and keeping it up has of course taken up quite a bit of time, but well worth it in my opinion. So yeah, that kind of goes over the history of how the build collection started. It basically was just a thing for myself, and then it became a thing to kind of share with, and then it just grew into insanity that it is nowadays. And yeah, I'm kind of proud of it. I regret nothing, so it's all good. Let's go actually talk a little bit about very old build pictures that I still have lying around. Yeah, let's, and yeah, welcome in Nerve, and thank you so much for that raid there. As yeah, I was kind of recording up there. As yeah, we're kind of doing the history of the build collection video and kind of a little bit of the behind the scenes and such as a video. I might actually just get rid of this circle because it's kind of, I'm not using it enough. Anyway, let me actually catch up on the chat here. Turn on a second. Oh, that. Well, hopefully it'll go well for you, 12, and hopefully that'll be as good as new, that knee, as yeah, going in for knee surgery. But yeah, hopefully it'll improve. It'll improve, quality of life. It always sucks, yeah, going into surgery. I've had it several times for my shoulders. And yeah, kind of always sucks. But usually, at least for me, it has improved. Like, it has taken away pains I used to have. So hopefully the same for you. As me, you purchased the game 3 times. that I have 3 accounts, yeah, that does mean that I've purchased the game 3 times. That's not the amount of times I've actually already purchased the game, because it's more than that. Don't tell her. But yeah, the game's pretty cheap, so. But yeah, for different accounts, so when I'm specifically talking about accounts, because some people use it interchangeably for characters. No, when I say account, I mean literally, yeah, account. So different email, different completely separate entity, basically. But yeah, I've even purchased it more times than that, because I've used as well, like one time a character that I no longer, like I don't know what the email and stuff for it is, but I used one for like the friends referral thing one time. But the game was like €6 or something on a super sale. Because there was even a super sale one time that was €3 for the base game. So, let me catch up on some of the chat here. Can you recommend the highest DPS negotiator build? I use 4-piece with Coyote and group obliterate. Isn't them with killer? I'm super 9. Cool. Sounds play. That's overall a pretty good setup for negotiator. Keep in mind that, yeah, the thing is, like, highest DPS. There's a difference between highest DPS and actually usable DPS. Because, yeah, highest DPS on that would be, for instance, as well, having focus and then using, like, the scope and such. But that, of course, like, you need to be good at keeping up focus, the chest talent, and then kind of... But just an obliterate, the way you have it there, obliterate group of chest with a Coyote. The rest's negotiator, that's pretty good already. And as of course, if you're kind of okay doing negotiator things, and just you do need to like mark multiple enemies most of the time. Because one of the things you could do overall is for a lot of people, it's easier to get a little like their DPS out of striker. To go with a red striker, and overall that's a little bit easier. You just shoot an enemy and just get stacks on them and just get a little bit high. Can we get access to the spreadsheet? You mean just the build collection? Or we don't think I showed a spreadsheet specifically yet. Or wait, was that the other one? Could you clarify which one you mean? No, there. Jersey. I guess because yeah, if it's the build collection you mean, it's this. I don't remember showing a spreadsheet. Or did I? Because that leads to here. That's the build collection. But if you mean a specific one, if you could clarify. Trying to think of yeah. One thing you could go with as well there, Wolf, is instead of the M249 with Frenzy, the Sleipnir is overall like a little bit better, I would say, just in use. But that's like min maxing. Like that's not a big issue. But never forget this. Oh, nothing like. But yeah, at the end of the day, if it was just stuff can be replaced as long as you're, as long as you made it out whole and like nothing, and also without extra holes, because that can be dangerous. Hopefully, no like physical issues arose. Maybe a focus build, yeah, it's 18 also there said, because our focus can outdo, but yeah. And obliterates quite consistently as well. But yeah, you need to as well be able to, actually play well with focus, which is a secondary. And the backpack is just kind of up to if you want to or not. Like the backpack kind of, if you do the spread thing a lot and the content you're doing has the spread, there's enough things to spread to, then you use the backpack. Otherwise, you can go vigilance spam. I wouldn't say lastly obliterate. Like there's a obliterate is still a good like third choice, because the thing is glass as well comes with its own issues. Because after obliterate we still have spotter and gunslinger and a bunch of the other ones. That's about okay. Yeah. Then yeah, you got it there indeed. And they're GMC squared. During downtime tomorrow will be extended to balance the server. Yeah. Are they? I mean, yeah, they're likely was expected to have a maintenance. Because yeah, they still also needed to turn off the the dude. Did they put it out as 3 hours or routine maintenance? Okay, they're not even doing a patch. Oh, there's no patch. Okay, it's just maintenance. Interesting. So we'll still have the Christmas hoarder, basically. The holiday hoarder. That's it. This doesn't have patch notes with it. I'm surprised there isn't actually a patch. It's been a while, and the whole circuit definitely use a patch. But yeah, maintenance is just required from time to time, so nothing to begrudge. Yeah, let's deny that. Let's ban that person, the other person there. Oh yeah, we had a spammer there, but luckily Twitch's own chat mod kind of catches those nowadays. But we'll ban him on top. Because lately somebody has been buying views again in the category. That's usually when they start showing up again. Yeah, so where we're going? We're going here. Yeah. And yeah, let's start recording a second segment here. I'll actually here I want to circle again. And going into this old folder. So I do have actually a folder where I keep some of the older stuff. Isn't really per se linked anywhere, but it's also just older, just the older version of some of the calculators and some of the DPS sheet and some of the older builds as well that I just basically delete from the build collection. None of them per se anything worthwhile. If it was worthwhile, it would still be in the collection, even as X build. But yeah, I also have this old build sheet here, and this might be interesting to kind of go through. Let's actually find a red build, just a general one here. Yeah, let's go for instance with this. And yeah, this is, as you can kind of see, the early versions of what the build collection's build pictures would become later on. Although actually at these points when I'm still doing these, I didn't actually start the build collection and sharing it until I started using basically Google Drawings as we're kind of using nowadays. Back in the day, this was just done in Photoshop. These were Photoshop files and just, put together a little bit like this. And yeah, we have the build picture and then the stats over there. And of course, then all of the gear here kind of separately with their stats and just to show their stats as well. One thing we can kind of look at already as well is if we kind of look around, we see that, for instance, as I'm going to go over there just so I can read it better, Fox's Prayer there, 15% damage to targets out of cover. There was a time, there was a place where Fox's Prayer was even more best in slot than it is nowadays. Together with that as well, we have here contractors, or well, actually no, do we have contractors? No, we do have contractors. Where is contractors in this? Oh, there. 11, I should because it's behind my head. 11% damage to armor. So yeah, back in the day, those used to be much bigger than they are now. Back then as well, we didn't really know, at least I was not really that aware as to what best third stats kind of existed, because for instance here you can see that I've gone with on this LMG then though with damage to armor, which, you know, not the worst choice for an LMG. But then for instance here I have headshot, and the reason for that of course is that I've recalibrated the talent. And back then we didn't have optimization. That's also what you're missing here, for instance. Everything is just one recalibration and nothing else. We are not optimizing anything because that didn't exist back then. Because this is all the way back when IKEA was a little bit younger and I was gonna say prettier, but was I? And yeah, I was SHT level 665. If we kind of go into the game nowadays, this is the same account. I'm 27,756. We're 27,000 levels beyond this point. Thousands of hours. as yeah, that is ages upon ages ago. And yeah, these are quite fun. I'll link them as well, actually, in the down below to this folder. As yeah, there's a bunch of builds in here. Some of them are not per se mine. I also had other people kind of make some of these, or at least like inspecting them and kind of making that from them together with some of their help. As yeah, some of these you will have, you will see that they are named IKEA at the start of their file name, and others will not. Others will have, for instance, here Enigma, and here as well Myth. For Midius, which was players that I used to play with back in the day. And yeah, we have just things that nowadays we would consider just what are we doing with our lives kind of builds. But back then, for instance, actually, yeah, like this wasn't the worst thing, because keep in mind that FI wasn't in the game yet. Neither was OD, the thing that it is nowadays of a group buff. So Troop Raider wasn't actually the worst idea back then. If we let's go through each and all of them here as well. Yeah, we have a True Patriot tank build there, which yeah, not in the worst setup there. Even though that actually we're kind of making a mistake that nowadays I would definitely not choose to do, which is, for instance, put a forge in a build that has this many blue cores. But you know, back then we didn't know. Back then we weren't as optimized as we were now. One thing we see here as well is that there's actually some rare times that we have some weapons that like this police M4, which isn't the pyromaniac, but yeah, it has ignited. But then we have kind of the other parts being god rolled. So yeah, we weren't nowadays. Of course, this would be pretty. You know, we would cringe at this, right? You would optimize the core and then free talented that way. But back then that didn't exist. We didn't have optimization, so we had to deal with what we had to deal with. Yeah, let's go through some of these builds and kind of just look at them and just be nostalgic about them. FI didn't exist. So yeah, healing looked like this. This was what we were doing. Scorpio didn't exist. So Sweet Dreams was actually the go-to for healers, because at least then you could kill a purple here and there. And again, we see no real, yeah, we don't have, well, no real optimization, but yeah, we didn't have optimization. I don't have maxed out mods everywhere. It's we're not that good here as well with the exotics. We don't have, you know, optimization, and not everything is optimized to max. And that did, of course, make a difference back then. Nowadays, that we're basically, if we're running builds, we're kind of running them maxed out. That makes quite a difference. That's actually one of the cool things about Division that I like and enjoy as well. In a lot of other games, you can make similar builds. You can kind of use other builds as templates, but you just don't, you know, let's say in WoW, like you might have a glove drop with, you know, this amount of this stat, and the other one might be like a 0.2% higher on this one for the other person and like 0.3% lower on a different stat. You might have similar gear, but you don't generally have the exact same gear because optimization doesn't exist. In Division, we can optimize, of course, and that does mean that you can actually max out a build and kind of just have that be maxed out and just spend the resources and kind of get the max amount out of it. And then as well, you with the watch points there, with the build there in the same way, you would hit the same stats as anybody else. It's not so much about like grinding for 0.1s or such. Although back here without optimization, it kind of was. But yeah, this used to be the healer. We were going 2-piece Murakami and 3-piece Alps with a BDSU. and yeah, and no Scorpio because it didn't exist, and a Sweet Dreams. Let's go to the next one here. And we'll see an Aces. So Aces, of course, in Gear 1.0 was a buff build. We're still kind of trying to make it work in Gear 2.0, but it wasn't really. This was kind of left over for back in the day. We didn't have Headhunter back here. Headhunter did not exist yet. Determined did not exist yet. So we had quite different choices that we made here. I wouldn't say per se that I would recommend. Even now, I see kind of like, why am I going contractors here instead of going something else on the chest and stuff like that? But, you know, we were trying as the thing that I quite often joke about other people of just like, you know, they're trying. Well, we were trying to back then, making the best that we could. Even back then as well, actually. So this is from a while that we... that I actually still remember is that the White Death used to drop without actually that. Because you can see this isn't a split image here. This isn't two images. It is just one image together. And yeah, the third stat is not there on the White Death. There was a place of time where the White Death had been. Was the White Death a year one item? I don't exactly remember, but I do remember that it didn't used to have a third stat for the longest of, a little bit of time after Gear 2.0. This was the case actually with a few names back then. I wouldn't per se remember all of them, but yeah, especially seeing this now kind of reminds me of that. And then here as well, we're using the Nemesis. Mantis didn't exist yet. We're not putting other weapons here either. Together with that, actually, back then I was still putting the talents on there as well. If there was a gear set talent, as we kind of see here, and yeah, that's actually still the same talent that we have today, except that of course nowadays we can also have rifle bonuses in the same way. On the next one, we have actually CC. Remember a time before Eclipse. I remember a time before Eclipse. And this was that time before Eclipse. And we did used to use this as well back in the day. And this is actually somewhat trying to, as well, kind of be a half healing kind of thing. The same thing that nowadays we would do with a Foam Eclipse that is also running a BTSU and healing. But yeah, Eclipse didn't exist, so we would go with other choices. So here as well, we're using Empathic, for instance, here for that. And what was the main go-to for a large time at the start of Wony times, because that's when, of course, as well, the legendaries came in and we had a big bump. Although as well, heroic for all missions kind of came in with that as well. And actually, there was very, like nowadays, the same way that the Foam Eclipse kind of runs. Back then, we would run Blinder Firefly, and Blinder Firefly used to actually be much better than it is nowadays, because the cooldown would actually start on release. Whenever you released the drone, that's when the timer used to start again. They changed that specifically, actually, you know, back in the day for it being too powerful, because that was also the same thing with the Banshee and such. The Banshee Pulse nowadays as well is kind of the same. It needs to basically completely dissipate and completely be used up, and then the timer basically starts on the cooldown of it, which makes it a lot worse. Basically, makes it take longer before it comes back. And yeah, we can see some interesting choices here as well. Why do I have swap speed here on the Everlasting Gaze? And actually, honestly, why not have swap speed on the Everlasting Gaze, right? But we weren't as knowledgeable back then here as well. We're actually doing damage, so that was actually fine. But I'm just surprised that I would put swap speed on any weapon back in the day. But we used to, apparently. And again, no Scorpio. We're using Sweet Dreams. Scorpio just did not exist. At least with this, we can kill a purple if we rush him down. And then yeah, everything is status effect skill haste. Again, not everything is maxed out. We haven't run into a thing yet. We'll see in a second likely, but you may see actually that nowadays in the UI, if you go to a mod slot, it is basically, you know, of course, gray. Back in the day, that wasn't the case. We'll likely see one in a little bit. We might talk about it when we get there. Yeah, let's go on to a next one. So this is... What is the difference between this? So this one is with Acosta. This one is with a BDSU. So I had both options. Already back then, we kind of understood how good opportunistic could be. for a group buff. Together here with the healing of the chest. But yeah, we're especially opportunistic, of course, really good back in the day as well. But yeah, we didn't have the setup like we do have now, so that didn't exist yet. And here we see as well, like the chest, we're keeping it blue core because, yeah, trying to find a god roll version of this and super unicorn to yellow core it. But we're just going with technician. Of course, we could survivalist would be an option, but here, for instance, because we want that Golan in there, that wasn't an option there. Although we could, of course, swap the Golan to a different piece and go for a Hanny U chest, for instance, or something. But likely I had that chest, I wanted to use it. That was back then also a thing, and nowadays still. Sometimes we make a build around an interesting piece, basically. Yeah, then we have actually a red glass, and I had several red glasses back then as well. I had at this point I had 3 characters, I believe. The 4th character didn't exist till like season 3 is when I kind of locked in on all 4. So we're going to see a bunch of red builds in different versions here as well. And yeah, some of the rarer pieces is just having something that we can kind of god roll. And this is also one of the things that was back then much more important than it is now with like Fox's Prayer and stuff. They came with 1 stat maxed. That's already, that would make such a difference, because if you got lucky and one of the other stats, especially if the core was kind of maxed out, you could have a maxed out item. And that was actually back then, as you can kind of see, it is pretty rare. Like, I don't have maxed out stuff. I'm not super high level. There was definitely already, by the time I was 600, there were people already in the 2000s and stuff, you know, grinding their hearts out. I definitely wasn't one of those. We see as well here a very sad accuracy classic M1A with Rifleman here, because yeah, we just couldn't get the right one, basically. You know, getting this already was a lot, and yeah, the rifle damage was way too low, so we needed to get that up. But yeah, we already see that some of these weapons are with damage to targets out of cover, and we kind of already were starting to understand that was the go-to. But yeah, wasn't all round yet back then. At least not for me. For some others, maybe, and for some others, they still don't understand that. Yeah, you should go, you should go with Detox as the 3rd stat. Here as well, we actually have a holster which has a headshot on it, but likely here that's likely my best choice, kind of. Like, I likely just don't have a better piece than this, and mostly because if I were to go maybe with a different piece, the stats, if they were significantly lower, it would actually be a loss versus this. Not that I was that much into optimizing all the way back here. And this as well is a focus build all the way back then, because focus and then rifles was very potent. Back here, LMGs and rifles were definitely the meta. Here as well, you see me using a focus rifle with a shield. For the longest of time, that was one of the earliest metas in Gear 2.0, was that you could use a shield and that would mitigate, or you wouldn't scope in if you were using a shield with an 8x scope. So what would happen is that you basically had 3rd-person view while still getting focus up. And that made rifles basically the general meta. Together with focus, we could always have focus basically fully up and kind of going. Pristine would definitely be a better pick here, but likely back then I did not know that yet. Let's go to the next one. Yeah, here we see one of the first ones. Well, first of all, I'm putting damage to armor here on, well, I have damage to armor on on one of the rifles here. Also running an M1A with fast hands. Yeah, shh, don't tell anyone. All the way back then. This is me like showing baby photos of myself being in a bathtub and just, you know, with a finger up my nose. Kind of, you know, embarrassing baby pictures of myself. But what we also see here, I have a Grupo backpack. And for some mysterious reason, I've put a skill haste in here. What was I thinking? Well, there was a thing that I was thinking, and this is also the reason why 3-piece Providence used to be the go-to for especially chest and backpack slots. And then, of course, you would go 2-piece Providence with Grupo, or you would go 3-piece Providence. We had colored, and a lot of people will have forgotten this, we had colored mod slots. We had mod slots on certain gear. Each gear basically came with the mod slot being a certain color. And a Grupo backpack like this would be a yellow. So for instance, Fenris had chests in all three variants, with a blue core, a red core, and a blue mod slot, a red mod slot, and a whatever the one is that I didn't say there yet, mod slot. So here I basically have no choice but put something yellow in there. So this is likely on one of my like third character or something, not as good geared as my main basically, or my first character. And yeah, we kind of see that I had a Grupo backpack that was decently rolled, but yeah, because of that, I had to kind of give up the mod slot to kind of go that route. That's also why, from the very start, 3-piece Providence was that go-to, because Providence came with red mod slots, whereas Grupo didn't. I don't remember Cheska actually of what mod slot it came with. I wouldn't be surprised if it was blue, maybe, for the hazard protection that says as secondary. Because I remember as well, we would just not use them. Really at all. And even with the Fenris ones, the crafted ones I think were yellow, so you wouldn't go with the crafted ones of that and such. So yeah, there was a whole thing with that as well, which they of course later changed to just be universal mod slots, and we can put any color in there nowadays. And then yeah, here we go to another. I'm just trying to find the name here again. What is the file name on this one? I think because of zooming in, we can't have that one anymore. Oh, so this is full CC. Oh yeah, so this doesn't have, yeah, so here we're not healing, we're going full CC. Actually, yeah, the name is now back that I don't have it zoomed in. And yeah, we're going Jammer Pulse, we're going Blinder Firefly. This used to actually be our go-to for legendaries, even back then. We didn't heal through them, we didn't tank through them, we just CC'd through them together with some red builds. And actually, back then with the focus rifles, the focus rifles could hit really hard because, of course, yeah, they're focus rifles. We also could use the peak, the shield peak, basically to kind of do legendaries pretty consistently. Here, what you'll see as well is actually on yellow gear, I have a bunch of better gear. And that was definitely true back then. Like yellow gear, you would farm it more. The core, of course, always being maxed out, basically. There is no min, there's no max to the core, it's just +1, meant that yellow gear was much easier to go to. This is also actually one of the reasons why nowadays a lot of people don't understand why like turret and drones used to be pretty popular. It's because of this. Red builds would look like this. And we're going to go back. They would kind of look like this. You know, you might have a yellow mod slot there. A bunch of the stuff was like badly rolled. No weapons were maxed out. And that would actually, you know, reduce on a red build your efficiency a lot more. You would lose a lot more damage there. Whereas actually on a yellow build, because the skill haste per se didn't matter. Like if you were on a short drone build, here we're on a status build. But if you basically had, you know, skill haste on it, you could put a full max skill damage on it. And that short drone build would actually, you know, be a lot more powerful than, or well, it wouldn't be more powerful than the reds, but the reduced amount to the reds, because the skill tier is just a skill tier. So they used to be much more effective, especially if you weren't geared well. Because back then, it was much harder to just get geared together, because nowadays, grinding out strikers is much easier than, for instance, as well, high ends and stuff. And that is actually one of the main reasons as well. Back then, we would actually recommend newer players to start off with skill builds, basically drone builds, to kind of much more easily get the pieces together, because that core was just the core. Like, you had one stat less per gear. I feel a lot of people forget where that kind of came from. Yeah, and here as well, we're using an improvised piece for even more haste. Even back then, we kind of understood the effect of those, the effectiveness of those. That could, of course, be exchanged there for Golan, because we've already seen Golan did exist back then. But yeah, that would have likely been a very hard piece to get. And then, yeah, we go to another glass red here in this case. And yeah, it was very much glass reds and focus reds. Focus reds, the thing with the rifles and the shields kind of got fixed at some point, and then glass reds definitely became the kind of the go-to. This is a build that we kind of saw earlier with that headshot here. Yeah, that was just, I needed to record this. And yeah, we have a fast and strained version of those LMGs. But layout-wise, we kind of see what we nowadays have as well. Not as often as nowadays do I use Coyote. here as well. This is kind of one that I would use in raid quite often. So the Coyote could go in, but usually I was running this when other people were running Coyote anyway for me. And yeah, we kind of see as well, we have a bunch of crit chances here, for instance, that nowadays we would definitely not want to have there. Likely as well, because we didn't understand mod slots on the weapons that well either, at least I didn't. Because actually, how is our crit chance, crit damage on this? We have 51, 158, which is kind of odd, actually. That seems suspiciously low. Although the thing is, yeah, even nowadays we would, of course, likely I would think that by 600 I would have already gotten crit chance, but maybe I hadn't actually. Maybe I didn't understand that was one of the best stats to get. Wouldn't surprise me. It's been ages ago. Going on, another glass red here. This is likely the alteration of that focus one, where we had the focus chest before. We have now because this is the same Grupo backpack I see there. And yeah, we see a bunch of weapons here, even this rifle with damage to armor. And this is just, yeah, me back then not understanding the value of damage to targets out of cover and making poorer choices. Everybody starts somewhere. That's also why I never begrudge anybody like not doing the right things, you know, being meta. We all start somewhere. We all make our, you know, we all have our journey to get to where we are. And the only issue is more if people go with that and then go like, no, this is the best way. Damage to armor there. That is the best way because I can't be wrong. And the answer to that is any person can be wrong. And quite often we are. For instance, me back then. And here we see actually hardwired a little bit of a different thing here. Here we're trying to do actually seeker spam even back then, kind of. Nowadays, of course, this has become much more viable, but even back then was kind of okay. Nowadays, of course, I have it kind of different where I do want to have a glass chest. I find that much more usable. But here, yeah, we're also, of note, no capacitor. Capacitor didn't exist yet. No in-sync. In-sync didn't exist yet. We're using Spike. We're using a Surge. When's the last time you've seen a Surge around? Because, yeah, Spike was the one that we had. We didn't have in-sync yet. We couldn't actually trigger in-sync for that extra bonus damage. Instead of that, we just have plus 25% skill damage for 8 seconds on a headshot from Spike, which is horrendous. One of the reasons we barely ever use that skill is just completely outclassed basically by in-sync, the way we use builds nowadays, and even more so by the capacitor. And then here as well, actually, we have another weapon, and it's even weirder in its setup there. It is cut off, this one. This is the reason it's missing its stats, just because I kind of... This name definitely did have all of its stats, I remember that. But this olden days, this was the send-off. And the send-off nowadays is just optimal range. It's only this perfect distance. What it also used to have is perfectly rooted. It had 2 talents back in the day. This used to be, actually, well, let's read it because I don't remember it at all. While equipped and in cover, all skill damage and healing is increased by 30% for 15 seconds. Buff is lost when exiting cover, can occur once per 60 seconds. Requires a rooted, not equipped. So yeah, we could only have it uniquely, basically. We could only have it one time, basically. But yeah, that used to be an extra talent on the send-off. That's also why the send-off is used to be the technician one. And yeah, here we see with the rest of it that, yeah, we don't have maxed out mods and such the way we would have nowadays. Although, yeah, we're already doing kind of the half healery, half seeker spammy that we were kind of doing with nowadays with hardwired all the way back then. And was one of the more effective ways of doing such things. Let's go on here. Negotiator. And yeah, Negotiator here with Overwatch, I already see. I see a weapon with stability over there, a Negev. At least on a Negev or on LMGs, you would lose less with the loss of that third stat because of that detox being there already. And again, not many maxed out weapons as we have there. not many maxed out pieces. Nowadays, a negotiator, if you see a negotiator, most likely it's going to be maxed out because it is pretty easy to get the pieces, of course. You just do a bunch of countdown runs and you'll find pieces that have either the minor stat or the main stat max stat, and you just put the other stat there. Here, though, as well, we see there's a headshot there extra. What was I thinking? And the answer is I likely wasn't thinking that well. Likely that was just the best piece I had at that point. Keep in mind that targeted loot was in the game at this point. Targeted loot started at like towards the end of Gear 1.0, was definitely there months before Wony kind of came out. Wony, of course, brought us Gear 2.0, so everything got kind of reshuffled, changed around. And yeah, we could definitely, like, I likely could have farmed for a better piece here. I didn't, apparently. Back then, I wasn't as, the build collection did not exist. But yeah, these build pictures used to be shared on Discords and stuff. Then we have here another, we have just a third drone. Although, well, we have a skill damage build, actually. So this is Seeker and Stinger Hive without actually. Nowadays, we wouldn't do this at all. Like, you would just go turret and drone or the hardwired setup. I don't actually remember this build really at all, but this is, again, like on the pieces, make note a lot of these pieces are much more full, just because, that core is basically always full. So the pieces are much easier to farm. This used to be very much the reason why we would recommend newer players to start with a skill build, because basically one of the stats was always maxed out without optimizations and such there. That made it much easier to get there. Again, we're using the send off. We're using the surge. We're using Acosta. Because Acosta actually wasn't the worst thing back then. Still isn't really. So, anyway, glass chest there. And tip of the spear. Although here we're actually using tip of the spear kind of just as a shootery build, which definitely a little bit later on when Headhunter came in. Headhunter didn't exist back here then, of course. That added a lot of utility to this build, because without that, we didn't have what we have nowadays. Also, actually, so specialization weapon kills increase total weapon damage by 20% for 60 seconds. Automatically regenerates specialization ammo every 60 seconds, which is the old things that it had. But basically, specialization weapon kills increase total weapon damage. So the TAC 50 later on with Headhunter became the go-to for that. Here we're just messing around and trying to basically trying to get a kill going with that, and then maybe rifling through it. This was not something I even really remember having or ever using, but back then even I was into experimenting. We were playing around and seeing what felt good, as we do right in our college days. Just experimenting a little. And then, here we have actually another players. This was Mythius, we used to run with a lot. And back in the day, we used to basically theory craft together on builds. This is their setup for what we had with the full CC. In their case, they're going with Overwatch instead. And they're kind of set up. And back then as well, we didn't have the Val, so we wouldn't use Val for a CC build. Although nowadays as well, we wouldn't use Val for like a CC build like this, which is much more not damage based, basically. Acosta was kind of the go-to back then. Together with BTSU, we did somewhat understand the value of the supercharge. And we kind of see, again, kind of the same setups here, Everlasting going in there together with M4, with Perpetuation. We're really going in with Perpetuation because we didn't have Scorpio yet at all, so we're gonna just CC that way as well. That is we've come actually to the end of this, but I hope that was a kind of fun going down nostalgia route here. Let's actually just as an extra bonus, as I found a few other old things that I worked on. Let's go look at them. We'll cut there. How long was that? This is 16 minutes for that one, and this was 31 minutes. Okay. I gotta make sense, but that's also the bulk of the video. I want to keep it under an hour. We're doing some nostalgia there. Let me catch up on chat as I was away for a while. Hopefully nothing exploded in the meanwhile. Just suddenly there's a chat thing of like, your hair is on fire 20 minutes ago, and I'm just like, oh shit. Nice like through my lane, yeah. Yeah, kind of for me as well, and I hope people will enjoy it for that. We banished back to Cave on 26 lane. Yeah, although likely not, because it doesn't seem to be a patch with it. They definitely need actually a patch. Like, it's not just maintenance. But maybe it's just like a tiny patch just for that. With patch, I mean, there's like has to be a download to the client. At least I believe. Maybe they can do it without. We'll see. No optimization. I mean, the thing was the game was also balanced around that and such, so and it worked out kind of. Yeah, let's and either hello. And yeah, let's just do this segment, and this is this, and then we'll anyway, let's delete that segment. Yeah, I forgot I shouldn't be on the browser when I hit go. And yeah, just to show a little bit of other older stuff, I have a folder basically where I keep all of my division, like the spreadsheets that you may see from going through with build showcases or from other guides or stuff like that. They all kind of live here, and I kind of timestamp them. You may have, this might be already a little bit of, you know, some of them you will have seen if you've watched most of my videos. So for instance, we have that for third stats. This is for bounty cheesing video, some early versions of some stuff, and then some more recent stuff as well here, with like, for instance, the killer video spreadsheet kind of here. And yeah, I always timestamp all of my things. And that means that, yeah, if we kind of scroll all the way back up, it starts with a bunch of stuff from other people as well, as I have, you know, a bunch of like calculators from other people's, and like Scooby's build thingy, and some other people's guides and stuff. But then, yeah, I think this was, for instance, interesting, as I kind of have here. This is one of the earliest files that I've kind of kept. I likely had some other calculations and stuff, spreadsheets and stuff, but I kind of did throw a bunch of them away at some point, just to clear up some space. But this one I kept, and this is actually weapons base is what it says there. If we actually kind of open it in an image version as we have it here, this used to be a long time ago. We used to have the weapons before Gear 2.0. Nowadays, in Gear 2.0, they basically have a base, and then they have a weapon damage stat. Before that, that wasn't how it worked. You could look at the base, and the base would be within a range. So I don't remember exactly what the amounts or such was, but this was the list of the max amounts. So some of the older versions of the Reddit spreadsheet, for instance, still have that, where they have a range. So we have the ones from Gear 1.0. And this is just the max one from the range, just taken from there, not for me calculating it out or anything. But that was just handy as a cheat sheet, because any gear, any weapon that you got, it was basically, you had to check it up against one of these lists. And this is as well one of the things that I feel a lot of people don't remember from back in there, because quite often they would use a weapon like, let's say, the P416, which is pretty popular back then, as having a good DPS, but was only a really good DPS at its max base, basically, if you got close to its highest base. And yeah, that of course made it so that its DPS basically for that weapon was in a range. And yeah, you had to try to find the weapon with as high, as close as to a roll to this base. And yeah, if you got a maxed out one, that would be, I don't think I ever saw one that was exactly maxed out. Basically, you were always off by a few, I feel. And I don't think I ever actually saw a weapon that had the maxed out base. And a lot of people back then actually did not understand the system. I remember back then trying to educate people a lot about this, and a lot of people going, oh wait, that's why like I have the same weapon as somebody else he is using, but I feel like I'm doing much worse. Yeah, you would be. This is kind of what then got exchanged into that weapon damage bar, basically there. So yeah, that's from a long time ago. And even back then, for instance, here, just this guy's a little bit more old. Nostalgia stuff. This is just testing Eclipse once it was in the game. So actually, yeah, by this point, it wasn't in the game. This is 2020, 07th month, 04th day. So 4th of July, 2020. And yeah, this is all the different numbers for Eclipse's fire, because a lot of people still to this day just grab China as your piece, and you'll get more Valtics. And that is true. Your Valtics go up. It is based on the explosion damage of the concussion grenade and your status effect stats. You would gain more or you would lose less, or you would lose more on your fire than you would gain on the Val. This is the reason we don't go China. That was always the case to this day still, and still a lot of people do it. So it didn't help that I made this all the way back then. And we're kind of looking at different specialization with different pieces there, and what we see is that the fire loses a lot more going to demo or going to China from Golan than we gain on the Valtics. So that was the back then the thing of like, why would you then? And to this day still, that still goes on. And yeah, even to show a few other ones as well. This used to be just an old meme thing that I kind of made. I might actually, we might link this as well then, if you want to use it. But yeah, we have here, of course, it's a mod. It's a little bit modded. This mod. Can I scroll? Yeah, because yeah, it's an ear mod. It's level 4000, so you won't get to use it. But yeah, it's a defensive system ending, and what it actually is, of course, 1% protection from lies, just by taking out a few of the letters there. But yeah, we used to oftentimes joke about protection from elites being protection from lies. This is, of course, as well from 21. So yeah, the 2021, July or June 10th, 2021. Yeah, so all the way back in the time of a lot of misinformation, of course, about a certain pandemic. But this way, we were 1% protected from lies, and that is an old joke that I totally kind of had forgotten about. And a lot of this other stuff is just testing stuff. I won't link to this folder. There's a bunch of stuff that I don't per se want to share or just, I'm embarrassed about. But what we have as well, actually, the early points of this was us. One of the posts that kind of, started a bunch of stuff, and me also naming everything kind of IKEA's thing, because that's actually an important thing and a recommendation I would make to other fellow creators of content and data points. Do put your name on it, like even in the scientific field, the having the citation, the people to cite as the source can be handy. One of the things that I kind of am happy that I started doing is looking at some other creators that they would put their name in front of things. I started doing that as well. That has helped, of course, kind of. That's the way a lot of people do know my name due to the years, as I made a bunch of stuff and then they use it and they go, oh, you're that guy. That does help out. And yeah, this was, for instance, one of my earliest things, which was the in-game time and kind of how wibbly wobbly it is. If you actually are interested in this, yeah, go watch the video. It's pretty insane that it works the way that it does, because this is, for instance, the length of each hour in the game. And you might expect a flat line here. No, we're getting two pokies. We're getting some cleavage there. And yeah, that's kind of odd. And this was like one of the early testing things that I went into, and from there the rest is became kind of history at that point. And yeah, a bunch of other testing stuff as well. For instance, going into if perfect glass cannon applies to the shield or not. It does, if you're wondering, if you then weren't aware. But yeah, I did some of the primary testing on that to kind of, as before that, a lot of people didn't think that it did. And yeah, we'll kind of end up with this actually as our final thing we're kind of look at, and that is that all the way back in my main accounts being 8,888. We were great at 8,888. Life was great. Already back then, I was messing around with purple builds. I was definitely part of the purple gang all the way back then. And yeah, this was just, finding some purple in the world and kind of celebrating back then all the way. And a great day, of course. So yeah, this was kind of fun back then as well. Anyway, we're going to cut it there and go to an outro. Let's see, what is it already together? Because that last part was 9 minutes. So all together, it's 59 minutes. A bit longer than I wanted. It was like 45 minutes was my plan, but... Actually, you know what I feel I should do? Right, let's go back here. Yeah, let me catch you. I'm missing anything. Oh yeah, as I said, I took a copy. I do, of course, keep some of the other people's tools and stuff around as need be. Yeah. Let's grab the purple build from the stash here. Kind of feel that would be bringing it kind of... Did I take the right backpack? Yeah. Also, no, that's fine. Actually gonna leave that mod slot empty. So I kind of need to pee actually. Maybe we'll equip this. I'll take a short bio break and then we'll finish it off. I drank way too much stuff. Yeah. Let's do that. I'll be back in like a minute and then we'll round out this video and then go play a little bit more. I'll be right back. There we go. That feels much better. I should grab the pistol. Then have the purple pistol. Purple profits, might as well use it. Still need to actually grind out some better weapons for for this. Because yeah, the G36 definitely isn't that great anymore. Yeah, let's you know what, I'll start like this and then go into the map. Yeah. Although actually I won't go here, let's go here. And I've chat about screen. Yeah. So future video is gonna be from this actually. This one can go over there as well. Oh yeah, so actually, well, but that's recording reanimated only tips tomorrow, but that's not gonna be, yeah, wrong text.
Please remove all metallic objects and electronic devices when entering the safe area.
And to conclude this video, I hope, yeah, you find it somewhat interesting going down memory lane and seeing old IKEA stuff, which is not that different actually from now older IKEA stuff. The stats are better. We get to optimize. We get to roll a bit better gear. I understand the game a little bit better, I would hope, than I did back then. But we still do silly things, like having a full purple build still around nowadays, of course. Those kind of build pictures and stuff do definitely, yeah, they went through time, and while they changed, they are still with us. And yeah, it was kind of fun for me here as well to kind of go through those old folders and kind of set up for this. And then, of course, as we went here through all of that stuff and kind of reminisce about the good olden days, you know, when back in my day, when everything was better and, you know, loot was actually much harder to get and everything actually was actually much harder to do. No, actually, nowadays is much better. Nowadays is much easier. Nowadays is much more effective to get a build together and kind of just optimize it. Honestly, you know what? The olden days sucked, as they often do. We you know, look through purple tinted glasses towards the past sometimes. Definitely, I would say that nowadays the game is in a much better place than it was back then, with a lot more build variety and stuff around as well than used to exist. They definitely, the additions that they have made, looking at some of those older stuff, when it used to just basically run red builds and just here and there a CC or such, until much later when basically Eclipses came in and FI came in and OD, or well, OD always existed, but changes to OD, well, that's more recent actually, much more recent than some of the other things here. But yeah, we had basically back then not that much build diversity, not as much as we have nowadays, especially with a lot of named pieces that we nowadays use as well. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed this nostalgia trip with me, and for future videos we'll be going into actually some of the updated wrong text, as I've updated the wrong texts guide, so we'll be going into a few of that. Also, yeah, around early February is a special date of the channel, so we'll definitely visit that as well when that comes around, and I'll make sure to, yeah, kind of set that up in the same way that we did kind of last year for those that were around back then with a Q&A. So we'll set that up pretty soonish. And the next build showcase is actually going to be on Umbra, which will follow this up in a little bit-ish, but we'll definitely try to get that out at some point. And I will hope everybody's been enjoying some of the build overviews as they've been coming out. I've been trying to nowadays do basically a main video, basically, or main video, and then a short 2 days later, and alternating them that way. And I hope everybody's been enjoying that schedule and checking some of those builds out that way, as I do feel that has value, just having a short version of me rambling way too long instead of me rambling way too long. So yeah, I hope you join me for those. But if you did enjoy this video, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out, so I'll do that little bit of shilling here. And yeah, I hope you join me for those future videos. And as always, have a good night. And yeah, we'll cut it there. And yeah, for those on the live stream, that good night is for the video. It's not for the stream, so we'll be going still a little bit here. I'm just gonna make sure that everything's kind of saved correctly. That's an hour's worth. That's a little bit longer than I wanted, but actually I'm kind of happy with how we went and such. So we're not gonna alter that. Gonna keep this open just to link to it later on. And yeah, let's go back here. Oh, let me check if I missed anything. Any there over there. Actually, you know what? Since I'm wearing the purple build, let's maybe go use the purple build for a little bit. And let's actually go farm for the purple build, which... Gee, is there any AR on the map? So we might just go do that. Oh, they have LMG here. LMG would actually be the better choice for as a main weapon type nowadays. Yeah, let's go maybe farm a little bit there. I'll just do a little bit in an hour-ish or so. But yeah, the best way to get purple gear, because I'm heroic, of course, we still get purple gear from boxes and stuff, right? The targeted loot from boxes and stuff can still be purple, but the drops can't be. So the best way to actually farm for purple gear is on hard. So we're gonna change our difficulty to hard. And we're gonna go roam here a little bit. I want to actually, I now realize that I want to kind of, oh no, actually I could reset. Oh, actually I'd reset there, of course. The difficulty change. Yeah, that's fine now. Oh yeah, let's go get a few bounties, hopefully get some hard ones. We don't see the difficulty, which is actually kind of annoying. Yeah, let's go get that one. And we'll run the purple while we do it. We'll farm purple gear with purple gear. Because with purple gear we hit a lot less hard. Although I have the modifier on, of course. For this one, we do want to book it and try to get there as fast as possible because we're kind of in range when we spawn there. Did I go too far? I think I went too far. No, it's there. So I need to take the inside road. Oh, the pistol doesn't have a suppressor, of course. I'm gonna skip those loot boxes just to... All those boxes. Just to be here in time. Then we have a LMG. I'm gonna unload my LMG first. And once it's empty, it goes away.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
And yeah, let's see if we can get a better LMG. Or maybe even a main LMG. Because if I had the M249, I could main that. We'll main that here instead of this. Also, actually, for this, seeing as I am survivalist, yeah, I should be gunner. Could maybe go back to base and become gunner. Hopefully, we get a decent M249. That'll be the dream. Because actually farming for this build, I haven't done it much recently. But this has taken quite a bit, even to get like these two pieces are pretty good. Actually, I'm running 4-piece Providence there. I didn't even notice. Whoopsie. So yeah, during the outro, yeah, this is supposed to be the glove piece. It's supposed to be a Cheska. But yeah, we had that Providence equipped there. Let's see if anybody notices and calls me out on it. But yeah, this chest is still pretty bad. This group of mask is still pretty bad. Some of these other pieces are decent. Should I grab this? Because it's gonna be challenging as well. That's hard. So, because I've just recently actually cleaned up a bunch of my characters. Everything under challenging has been cleared out. Yeah, that of course increases the control points. Immense. Well, let's go for some of these. We'll reset the control points back down to 2 and 2 then. Okay, let's get some sugar in us. Guys, around the level that I was in those build pictures. Also, actually have somebody like, I'll put them in here already as well. If you're interested in those old builds, I want to have a closer look at them. This is that folder with all of these in them. Can actually go this way and get all the boxes out here. Yeah, it's kind of fun to look back to. This isn't bad. My inventory is so full. Actually, that would be a thing here as well. I would definitely want killer. That piece is actually not the worst. Oh, I still have my... Yeah, that's fine now. A bunch of my resources are full up, so... But yeah, let's farm for some purples for a little bit. Actually as well, so I'm gonna favorite this one. Because actually classic M1A with killer doesn't sound too bad. Although, yeah, this second stat is even worse here. We don't even... Because at least with LMGs, or at least with ARs, it's DTH. Here we only have... Yeah, rifles are just not usable in purple. Just having crit damage is just too atrocious. Like, at least DTH is DTH. Other PvP builds on there too updated. I mean, on the like the actual builds collection, I don't PvP myself much. I do have a few DZ builds in there, and with a few, I mean literally 2. But that's about it. I just don't PvP or DZ enough nowadays to, you know, have a educated opinion there. So I kind of just avoid it. Is all my blue resources full? Is that what is happening there? Oh, 2 out of 3. Yeah, after this one, let's actually jump to Haven. And turn those into SHG requisition. The thing is as well, generally like PvP builds, there's already people that like cater to that. So I'm kind of fine with also like me not being that. Modifier helping a lot here. As long as we're long range.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles. Access key detected.
You know. Yeah. But yeah, I do have 2 DZ, like the old school high-end DZ setups, which are still acceptable for DZ. If you just control FDZ, so control find, you can search that way in the ooh, this one with killer. Because definitely this one, if I could find the killer version, but yeah, this this one is hard to replace. Yeah, I should be going after AR. So I might also kind of maybe thinking maybe we take it to Summit. This character still needs our Summit, right? Yeah. Yeah, let's maybe do that. Let's take it to Summit. And we'll do Summit on hard.
We need you to secure a skyscraper. This may take a while. Hope
Although,
you
yeah,
plan your
loot
schedule.
out in the Summit is usually much worse, especially solo. That's why we used to always do it in groups. How many item slots do I have here? I have 2. Can I get that up in some way? Let's get rid of this pistol. Let's get rid of this glove. Where's our purple visas? At least I have 4. Anyhow, let's craft out. Actually, let's do just this. Just to burn those down a little bit. Yeah, let's actually do a little bit of this as well. So we have some space. I know Rossi doesn't need, but even there, like, yeah, there's no such thing as per se outdated. Just, but oh, actually, yeah, Vidor. I was gonna say, yeah, the Prodigy list. I think he has updated it as well recently, so the Elite Panda Prodigy list there. Both of those can be pretty good for. I'll copy paste both of those links as well to the YouTube site for those interested over there. So. Because for those interested in some PvP builds, there's some in those. Those are by other people, as they say as well. When you get in those. From the Tarsus has been around for a while, so that'd be. Or maybe with the changes that well, yeah, Catharsis showed up. Well, at least, yeah, those are definitely the thought Prodigy. So I'm talking about updating some of this. Or oh wait, this list. Okay, because there's also a different list. Let me see if I can find that. For oh yeah, actually. Need to go back to the lobby. Got to set difficulty and directives. Yeah, because I think this one, the last one, I'm gonna put in the thing here, because this one goes to because this one I was actually the one I was thinking of. Wait, why am I here? Let's go there. This is the by Prodigy and I think Elite as well in here. But this one is somewhat updated because I don't think he's maintaining that other list, like the other list. Oh wait, what is this? Or is this the same one? Oh, okay, this is this one again. Yeah, but he has that written guide. Like that is because yeah, that guide is pretty decent and up to date, which is this one. Because yeah, it has updated at the very least, like it has year 2 or year 6 season 2, so but this seems but overall, yeah, most of the builds are just blue core up the wazoo and just 6 blue cores on whatever already kind of works. Works already pretty well. Oh yeah, we got a bunch of links going there. Yeah, let's add our stuff here. Actually, I'm gonna go. Although I should have a few directives. Let's go with the standard 4 Fog of War, hard to earn, fragile, and Ragers. Just the classic 4. Because directives do help with the drop rate of targeted. And then here we're gonna set to ARs. See if we can find a better AR. Is New York DLC with the base game now? No. So the one end game, what it does allow you to do is get... Oh, we have floor 30. You don't want to farm floor 30 for a boss. Wait, you can jump down all the way? How did I not know this? Huh. Wait, what? I went down and I got back up. That doesn't want to do it. That doesn't want to jump down at all. What? Huh. I was just jumped down twice there. So what it did allow, the one end game thing, is that it allows you to level to 40, but you don't get access to New York and its missions. So that map and the content there and the storyline there and stuff, that's still separate. That's still, you have to buy Warlords of New York stuff for that. But you can level to level 40, get to level 40 that way and get access to all of the gear and all of the builds and all of that stuff like that. The leveling is basically separated from the DLC. All-time favorite build, meta or off meta? Maybe it's your favorite because it's fun. Can I submit this? I submit to you. Purple build. The thing is, like, favorite is kind of hard because favorite is like favorite food. Like, if I were to have a favorite food, I would get sick of it after like eating it for a week, right? Like that's the. So it depends on like how you define favorite and, you know, the philosophical questions of what is and isn't a favorite. And overall, I personally enjoy Eclipse a lot. It is definitely one of my favorites. I wouldn't want to just always run it, but especially in group settings, running around with Eclipse gives me a lot of joy. I do like the tech tanks for solo play quite often, much more so than, for instance, red builds. But yeah, I wouldn't say I have like a favorite build. I have several builds that I really enjoy. And sometimes as well, just running a full red striker, like just playing a shooty build, kind of. Definitely up there as well. I'll definitely say for me personally, yeah, I like Eclipse slightly better than most. That much is definitely true. Yeah, let's take some challenges there. I'll keep going like this. Anyway, for those wondering why we're on hard, this is because we're farming some purple gear for this purple build. We're using the purple build while we farm for the purple gear. So if you're wondering why I have purple gear, is why don't you have purple gear? Don't ask me why I do have it. Ask yourself why you don't have it. That is a much better question. Although nowadays you can also craft. If you really wanna. If you really wanna.
Tech detected.
Because yeah, the level 40s can of course.
Hostile sniper turret detected.
Not upgrade their bench anymore, or can choose to not upgrade their bench.
Hostile striker drone detected.
Let's capture this first before we kill that guy.
Vital signs critical.
Full heal here. Should actually be gunner instead of survivalist that I am here. A little bit of armor on kill would be nice. Maybe we'll do that actually after our tree floor section. Here especially I'm trying to get a better AR. I haven't upgraded the AR basically this season. Last season, G36 was perfectly fine. Fast Hands was perfectly fine. Now I definitely would prefer Killer, of course. So. Killer or Measured, both would be fine. Although yeah, definitely the way that I kind of run this build, mostly solo. It's Killer would be pretty great. And entertaining.
EMP jammer detected nearby.
Normal one.
System restored.
Pulse is always really handy for summits. I might cheat here a little bit and just put on a memento. Technically not a purple piece, but would make this a lot easier. Because one of the things with purple gear, at least, well, farm purple gear. So all of this is looted. And of course, I don't, on this main account where I am, I don't have access to watch alts because all 4 character slots are filled in. But that does mean actually that looted gear, well, we can't optimize. We can only recalibrate. That's why it looks so shitty. Then as well, purple gear as well. The weapons have no third stat. We don't have any mod slots. All of the gear does not have mod slots. So I'm missing some damage there. And then even the base of the weapons is much lower in purple versus high end. So this is actually, you know, well, not here, not on hard, but running this on heroic can actually be a good, you know, a good challenge. It's definitely much weaker than the 511 build just by virtue of, yeah, purple weapons and not having, like, even that one is like fully optimized and stuff. But also when farming, At least up until we could like craft it nowadays. It's actually kind of hard to get good pieces. There's also like half of the drops will be high ends. Just kind of like makes you dislike high ends drops. You actually want the purples. It's kind of funny. After a while. Different level. End up like this. Well, thank you very much, and yeah, thank you for the compliment. Although the thing is, of course, I've just played this game quite a bit. It's not ever really recommended to play any game really as much. But then there is some people that go like full all in, right? On some games. I've definitely enjoyed my time with it. I have no regrets, and there's even like not even enjoyed my time with it as if to say like no longer. I still load up Division with like, oh yeah, let's go do this today. Let's go do that today, which honestly, very few games can kind of match. Yeah, sometimes even on hard, you get like rolls like this. This could actually be handy for the if I didn't already have an optimized version with free talentable chest. But yeah, for a Hollywood swap. Actually, I've been enjoying as well with making videos and stuff, kind of testing my own knowledge and also expanding it. Like, you know, if I don't know something, we'll go and figure it out, or go check if somebody else has figured it out. Because, for instance, as well, one of the things we'll need to do actually at some point, still is when I put kind of on layaway, is the specialization weapon mystery that we still kind of have to solve. Oh, there's this room. Should have gone that side. It's dangerous what I'm doing.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I'm afraid there to go into Health Gate. That's it. Unless I didn't recognize that was this room. Because we have a way up here. And actually where I was, they will spawn, or they can spawn right behind me there. Like that. I haven't been running fast as much, and I'd forgotten actually how I did. Or how much it aligns with me. Here, just having a bunch of fast reloads. Running a lot of measured and stuff, and just taking the hit on the reload. And I need to make sure to go get your Danny. If you haven't yet, as Danny says there. That's it, basically. Last chance. Although this week he only has one exotic cache, but there's still one exotic cache. Still more than no exotic caches. Has he had a week yet, actually, that he has had no exotic caches? No, right? He's always had one. I feel that's kind of his purpose, right? So likely they like fixed it at least one, then the rest is random. This build has never hit this hard as with the modifier.
Have some of this.
Of course. As you know, speaking of modifier, let's grab all out. I'll try to actually get that going here and there. I received the Elma? Okay. Or why not? The one time I want purple weapons, and what I get is an Elma. Oof, I was hoping this one to be a lot higher on this. On the health damage. Stats are too low. I might replace what we have currently though. I'm fine with fast stats. And yeah, those other 3 purples I received, those went to the stash. Likely. Oh no, actually no, those were those 3. I deconstructed everything else. Yeah. So those were those 3. From Guardian Award. I didn't get downed. What a surprise. Let's go with just continuing on with some of those. Because the dream would be a decent weapon with preferably one of the 2 stats kind of high. So we can just change the stat. Because on high-end weapons, we of course kind of go with, like, we want these stats to be kind of good enough to optimize. But here, of course, we can't optimize. We can only recalibrate. So what happens now is it's much better for me to have the talent already something that I want it to be. And then put one of the stats kind of higher than trying to go for free talentable. Like, free talentable is just not going to happen much. Although, saying that, I do have this backpack, which kind of came like this, and I free talented it. But even then, we could, if this came with vigilance, I would much rather have like the extra 4 and a bit weapon damage we could have there. That would be much nicer, honestly. Yeah. This is purple gear, and it isn't as easy to max at. Oh yeah, one of the things I'm kind of annoyed about a little bit, or bad, not per se jealous, because at the end of the day, we can always go like, okay, show if it's looted or crafted. But a bunch of people, back when the bench had like max, or well, rolled really high, like that little time that it was bugged. One of the things was that a bunch of people made, like purple would have the same. So a bunch of people made actually have purple gear back then. Here I triggered all out just to make it easier. So we have by the teeth on all rangers now, because I made long range all range. As long as I'm body shotting, we're melting away even though we're running purple gear. I'll be curious to see if with using all out kind of smartly, if I could even kind of compete even on a legendary or something against if like others have their modifier off. That one might be actually a good try thing. Doing a 4-man and then a purple build with modifiers on, and then the other people have their modifiers off with strikers, and just and then seeing like how it kind of if the purple can compete. That might be interesting. Anyway, let's get ready to ambush.
Multiple hostiles inbound.
Oh no, I've been ambushed. Well, I am not locked in here with you. You are locked in with me. One thing I wouldn't mind either nowadays is actually maybe swapping one of these pieces, or having a swap-in piece for Palisade. If I get a good AR, that would be the next thing to try to get. Palisade would be nice here. If I can't have memento. Purple memento would be purple exotic. Would be very interesting. Still need to headshot one elite, and I haven't just seen any elites. Actually, we had a heavy earlier. I should have headshot him. I got all the loot here. But they're trying to get a Palisade just unicorn. Because yeah, we could go mask slot or holster slot or something like that. So we don't need it per se on the chest or something, making it much harder. But that would still be a unicorn. That would be still hard to get. Oh, that's not a... I saw the other lady being a scorcher, so I assumed that that fire was also just a flamethrower lady, but...
Terminal destroyed.
Got the floating foam canister. Oh, hey, when you blow it up, it actually has a... It has a hitbox. I can't walk through it. Onwards. Okay. I saw the key there in my corner of my eye. First, we'll go get the loot. Funny thing is nowadays, actually, getting a good purple piece makes me much more happy. Like, the dopamine hit of that is much higher than, you know, getting a piece on just some high-end gear. Just, you know, or some gear set or something.
Shade tech detected.
That wasn't that smart.
Hostile assault turret detected. Serious trauma detected.
I don't want to capture it. I'm gonna take the heal here.
Hostile sniper turret detected.
Where did that land? Now, one thing we can kind of do is actually capture it first. If I kill everybody,
the
spawn rule set for this thing is that when you kill everybody, then the next wave spawns. So instead of that, I'm just going to make sure I'm captured it. You know, just do amazing. This way, now it's mine. Because I could spawn the next wave, but they might like get in the circle real quick and make it to the main. Instead, we'll take like 5 seconds longer and just do it right. Where did that one go? Yeah, I totally need to go get Gunner. Armor and Gil would be much more useful here. And then Survivalist. Also the standing still weapon handling and stuff like that. And we have the key already, so we don't need to look around. I say, and then I go look around for the key. Right. One of these days.
Nearby hostage
I wish they
situation
would just,
detected.
yeah. If there was just some UI for it, that would be so nice. This is like next to the map and just a key, and it's like an outline if you don't have it and filled in if you do have it. And then also like showing for everybody in case like one person grabs it. And yeah, unusual fire teams. So here we have Black Dusk with flamethrowers. That's what that message means whenever you get it. And it says unusual fire teams detected. That is, yeah. You got Black Dusk with flamethrowers. You got like rakers with foam, cleaners with foam sometimes. And a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, I have the key already. I might. Don't need to look at every corner.
High risk target
Funny thing is,
detected.
I've definitely seen people have, although it's, yeah, it's just, you know, build making, but at least on hard here, yeah, like the build is up for it because it's hard. But yeah, I've seen people kind of actually struggle even on hard from time to time, of course. And even with high-end gear. Well, they're usually gear sets, because that's usually the mistake that they make, is just gear sets must be better than normal sets. When they put like 6 pieces or 2 pieces from each gear set. For my floor completion there, I got a high-end weapon. Boo. Boo the high-end weapon. Yeah, let's go get the crate at the end here. But yeah, let's go actually back to the White House and back. Get Gunner. Gunner will make this a lot easier. Does this work actually? I mean, it should, right? Yeah. It's a little overkill, but actually I've tried that before. I remember now. Because the crossbow definitely does have an initial hit. Because interestingly, flamethrower doesn't. Yeah, let's go back to New York City in this case. Let's quickly grab Gunner and then we'll go back. Although we'll vendor sort here real quick as well.
Safe area detected.
Hey, want to make a trade?
No, I just want you. I don't want to make a trade. I just want to use you to check my inventory. Give me Gunner. Just make sure I actually have. I mean, why wouldn't I, right? AR and LMG. Like, I don't think there's gonna be a character of mine that doesn't have AR and LMG on Gunner.
We need you to secure a skyscraper. This may take a while. Hope you cleared your schedule.
I did clear my schedule, Kelso. Also, Manny's looking for you. Could you call in? Because we kind of found your Buddy Keener already. But where in the world is Kelso? They're like the attention to detail there. The summit on the elevator sides. It's actually there's stuff that is pinning it into the wall. There's like, you know, little pieces to make it like pop out, but not just have it floating. So many games, or well, in other places they do that as well here. But yeah, so often as well in Division, like they've just make something float just without really, you know, close enough to completed headshot Hancho. Oh, that feels so much better. Having a little bit of heal on kills. Oh yeah, the thing I just don't do enough is what I try to do. I fidget way too much still. Also, actually, let's take crowd controller. No, let's take this tray. Let's try to use their own statuses against them by blowing them up like that. Oh, that one usually hyena rushers, just blowing up their pouches. Gets us there. How many floors in are we? Are we there yet? 7 out of 15. So I should keep tracking this there. I'll turn this summit around. I should keep it.
Shade tech detected.
Game, we don't have to spawn this many shade techs. That guy has Stellite. Has he? I mean, yeah, he has Stellite. No, he can't have Stellite. He's just chunky.
Hostile assault turret detected.
Because he can't have Stellite and Rikudo. So one other person is in there, I kind of have to kill him. Because this is kind of a tug of war kind of thing. If there is one friendly, one enemy, then it basically just stays at the same percentage. If there's two enemy and one of me, then it actually goes down, even though I'm in it. One of the things we're actually using here is, I feel a lot of people don't know the combination or well, nowadays, combination Ragers plus Fog of War. Because what generally happens is just when you kill one enemy, the Rager bars going to the other ones will kind of give away their position. So that you know where they are. Which actually helps offset the Fog of War a little bit. They're ready for a skyship, totally. Yeah. And some of the music on here is pretty good. Although yeah, maybe indeed overkill for here.
Detected nearby.
I'm just gonna trigger all out there. It's gonna be a longer fight here anyway. As long as I body hit, we're getting by the teats. I'd be curious actually, yeah, running a legendary or just even a mission or something against like a few strikers or something, and then the strikers don't get to use modifier and the purple build do. Would even be cooler if we had like 2 people running purple build. 2 purples versus 2 strikers, and then seeing if the difference of the modifier is enough.
I'll get him out of cover.
Terminal controlled.
Onward. And then the sauna. And hey there, Eclipse. And thanks for the kind words there. Well, glad you like it. I like doing it, so it works out. I always love chilling together. Relaxing at.
Nearby hostage situation detected.
I should now as well realize, so tomorrow, likely in the afternoon, we'll do, or I'll do the, should do it in the, we'll do it in the evening. We'll pray around in the afternoon with it. But I want to get actually the only tips for, the key there. The only tips for reanimated, because we already have one, but that's the old one. Pretty old one, especially before it got changed and stuff. There's also, if nothing else, I would want to show just how you deal with. A bunch of people still haven't understood how to deal with the getting publics. And that it's not that hard to farm publics even with it. If you haven't made it. But also to have it in the new style already. Also have a bunch of build recommendations, whether it's also from now on as well, I'll be basically doing I'll try to, mostly. It's going to be basically a 2-day sketch, or like each 2 days a new thing comes out, but it's going to be like a normal video, and then 2 days later a short, like the build overviews. Although some of them as well, it might be like only tips as well, shorter only tips. And I'm going to like do it like that, so every 4 days is going to be one of the like normal main videos. We of course have a few in the pipeline now as well, but I want to also generally be ahead if I get the chance. Because now as well, character, the MMR one comes out in 2 days, which we did like a while back actually in that video, right? And then as well, character 5 is already in the pipeline. And then as well, the video that we kind of did today. And likely somewhere in this week as well, I'll make a bunch of build overviews to kind of intersperse with them. And also, we're kind of going to the channel anniversary. That's kind of getting close again. I'll do the same thing again as last time, where we kind of turn it into a Q&A, and I'll make a community post basically of just like, hey, you got questions? Feel free to ask him, and then we'll do a video with it. Which will be fun. No, I do sometimes. Actually, I do have the OST. A few songs of it actually, just in like a beat kind of playlist of mine. There's also, which one is that one called? I think it's called Balcony Rotary, which I kind of like, which is the song that also plays in when you're heading towards the boss fight, like after Espinosa gets dropped in Jefferson Trade Center. That one's kind of cool as well. I've done it. I actually used that to test PAs and stuff. Just because it's kind of, yeah, it's not normal music, but then it's actually very good for testing PAs, just because it kind of has a little bit of everything pretty quickly, and like has a drums in it which is very distinct, so you kind of hear distortion real quick. Yeah, let's just checking what faction I need to do what with. And in here, the strat is always this. We kind of take a left, go upstairs, preferably without getting aggro. As yeah, they'll spawn up here. And I definitely want to have the high ground against them, that already, of course. But then as well, I can kind of get a few of them as they're coming out. Well, so having the high ground here is kind of nice. Right. That's a floor 50. Oh no, floor 40. You know, the other one. Yep. The other song that always also kind of, although that's like kind of the one of the tracks they use a lot as well, which is I think it's called Rooftops, I think, which also is pretty good. And for those actually interested in the soundtrack, as most of the Ubisoft soundtracks are on Spotify, YouTube Music, and all those places. If you just search for them. G36 Killer. This health drop is way too much. Well, actually, what we should do is keep the assault rifle and put the health up. It's not good enough, right? I'd rather just keep the fast dance for now. Yeah. It's also, yeah, I want to not have a G36. I'd much rather have a fall, actually, would be. Fall would be the dream. But yeah, not with Thunderstrike. Because either that or a FAMAS would be okay. Cedar would also be okay. F-1000 and such. There's something high bursty, but that fall would be the better choice because of just this build always has ammo issues just because it hits so little, like doesn't hit hard. It's purple. So ammo is always a concern. Surprised I haven't gotten rogues. I wouldn't mind actually fighting rogues with them. Even if they are hard. Wait, do rogues actually spawn below on all? Do they? Actually, yeah, definitely, right? Because they used to spawn in leagues and stuff with hard missions.
Accessing server. Field terminals detected nearby.
So, yeah. Let's actually use this LMG on my back. Yeah, the way that we use it is just like that. We just empty it out. Once it's empty, it's empty. Which I feel is a tactic that we just nowadays used to be a very common way to run secondaries, but secondaries have become ACSs so much and Scorpios. So we don't do that much anymore. Actually, don't want to kill him. If we can avoid spawning the next wave, I'd rather. Because they'll likely spawn right there, so I'll just wait this out.
Sniper on.
Terminal infiltrated.
And yeah, let's keep it going. So I should check how many floors we still have here. Because yeah, we'll just finish off this project and that'll be our little incursion into Horde. Then we'll go do some other stuff. And the thing actually, as that zone in New York has LMGs, we might go actually farm some of that later on. Because I still also need to replace a lot of my LMGs. And we're gonna actually shoot these with, so yeah, the turret is aggro to me, but the other guys weren't until the turret was shooting at me. Because we can actually destroy those with a suppressed weapon, and then that will not aggro everybody right away. As long as they're not like standing next to me, they will still hear that. But there's a tiny bit of stealth. It's barely. It's also why you always see me shoot out doors with a suppressed pistol. Like this door doesn't matter, but there's some doors where it's close enough to the next room that unless it's an ambush and they're not spawned yet, they would already aggro. And not that that is like a big problem or anything, but if you can avoid it, because sometimes, yeah, if it's like Black Tusk and stuff, they might already, you know, put down those healing boxes and stuff. Yeah, let's get ambushed here. Oh no! We've been ambushed. That's actually way too much.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Yeah.
Agent incapacitated.
I was gonna do that. Was maybe a bit too much for my even on hard. It's like the full heal here.
Feeling better?
Yeah, and on this one, sometimes like this, when you clear this room, normally the enemies are supposed to spawn in the next corridor, but here they back spawn. Although you can't skip those enemies. The enemies of corridors are not, they don't lock you out from the like next part or anything. Oh, nah, hindi mambi. LMGs versus LMGs.
Serious trauma detected.
Health gated there. How did I not get that guy's backpack? One of the things is with these fights, at least, I know there's going to be just one wave. These fights don't spawn more enemies. Knowing that, we can be a little bit aggressive. Man, if this was Obliterate or something, I might actually pick it. Oh well, we have the knee pads be Fenris. And I've actually done a ton of summits in this way. Well, not per se with the purple build on as well, but I used to do a bunch of back then as well when it was 30 floors. I would do them quite often just with some YouTube in the background and just do them on hard. This is for also, you know, it's basically I barely have to pay attention. Especially if you're on a tech tank or something. Like here on the purple, we're actually needing to pay attention, but I just farming purple gear. Honey Badger would also be okay, but yeah, Killer. Killer or Measured? Killer. This build as well, being low on crit damage, because we don't have those, like we're missing 3 mods as well, so we have 3 stats less, if nothing else. The crits being pretty low, but I'm still at 60. Actually, how much am I actually? Oh, I have Retribution, of course. Right, let's leave that off. Let's maybe take off Retribution. Let's actually go Quicken instead. Okay, so I'm 57 something. Oh, actually, this is already with crit damage mods here. Okay, so that's with 1 crit damage mod. So if this was chance as well, then yeah, we could. Oh yeah, 57 is kind of enough. But yeah, the crit damage of the build being much lower, it would benefit even more so from Killer. Don't think I've seen a SHD crate here like ever. Or like in barely, like so long ago that I don't remember. Because this room is usually boss and then Although sometimes you have kind of like rarer spawns basically. Especially the double SHD crates are kind of pretty rare.
Come here.
Damn lucky to. You can do this. You can do this.
Is he telling me that? I know I can do this. We just shoot you in the face. This. Spike. It's also the sad thing. I do actually have a 11.5 crit damage max roll. a mod. But yeah, we don't have any mod slots on the purple tier, so we can't use that here. I feel I should use that mod, although, well, it's on the wrong account. If I did a 511 build or something on this account, I should totally use that. And nothing to get there. Also, we finished something there. We need one more floor. We'll likely just do the one. What might do actually before going and farming for realsies? Might do a mission actually with this. Just old-fashionedly struggle our way through some mission. Or I could even do it without the modifier. Oh, hey.
Rogue agent detected.
Remember when I said I wouldn't mind some rogue agents? I have actually shock rounds here on my AR. So that'll be my makeshift Scorpio. Yeah. Let's just let him come. Oh, yeah. Modifier.
Hostile volunteer detected.
Good luck making it into range. That we're dead.
Rogue agent eliminated.
So the real story is don't run towards somebody who has by the teeth when you don't, and they have long range on you. Nah, Ranger. Although Ranger is also not bad. All that for something better. Especially as well, Carbine 7. Yeah. It's okay, but it's not great. But yeah, that was anticlimactic rogue fight. Just because of luckily having them spawn like super far away. And them coming at me like they did. I'll blow that up. I might take cover up there. And then we got an exotic cache there. I'll also leave that there. We're not gonna do the 3-floor section because we just did 1 floor, so doing that here. Let's maybe I should go do a mission. We'll return to we'll return to New York. We'll go do a DC mission, I think. Just New York ones are too long.
Entering safe area.
Let's take it back there. You know what? We'll do 1 with and then 1 without modifier. So that way, we'll do 2 quick ones.
Safe area detected.
It's just been a while since I've been purple.
Nice doing business with you.
Seeing as we grabbed that, might as well use it a little bit before we put it back in the stash. Yeah, let's pump all this. Yeah, definitely feeling a little bit the lack of sleep. But I got a lot of work stuff done today. It was annoying that I couldn't actually stream in the afternoon, which I wanted, but yeah, no, it's gonna didn't have the time for it. Yeah, let's see actually if there's any decent targeted. That would help. UA is rifles. I think he's Chaska. What's worst about these things? Yeah, let's actually do the DUA with modifiers, and then we'll do DCD with that. Just might get some holsters out of it. Although it's not a brand. Normally we would go for a brand, but because actually here we could have Providence or Grupo. It would need to be a really good piece. And of course, heroic. No directives, because fuck that. I'm gonna struggle enough as is. No need to add to it.
This is a chance to
yeah, here it's gonna be about like triggering.
Get in there and hunt them down. Every last one of them.
Modifiers. Aw, my all out is broken. Give me 1 second. Don't kill me for 2 seconds. I'll swap it through and back. Well, that does put it on cooldown as well, so that still doesn't get us back into the fight right away. That's so annoying that sometimes happens. Although I do think it's less than before, right? In the past it would happen a lot. Because what happened there is I was trying to trigger it, and it was like in a thing where I should be able to trigger it. I was, aiming at someone and ADSing. But yeah, I just couldn't trigger all that. It just wouldn't. Modifiers, yeah. This just feels like running a high-end red in the past. That's some bad shooting. Oh, actually, yeah, we're doing it on heroic, right? Doesn't actually matter what the target is because we're no longer farming for purple. That's fine as well, actually. I want to mess about with this setup again on heroic, just because of how silly it is. Also, let's see if we can do the getting on top here. And this is the new strat. Instead of using the minigun, become the minigun. This way you can have like two. Actually, yeah, what I should be doing is, yo dog, I see you have a minigun. Let me put my minigun on top of your minigun. Yeah. I love the place she's here, just chilling at these two as well, having an important conversation. Actually, all out here. Not gonna be that useful. We'll do it in the next room where it's a longer fight. Is that guy a Stellite? One of the things is as well, when you're running a purple build, the specialization weapon, of course, isn't purple. So actually, it's one of the best weapons that I actually have. So there's actually a reason to use the spec weapon. Well, here, actually, I'm going to go for triggering all out. Got the long range kill. Everything's long range now.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
She help-baited me. And even then, Stellite on some enemies, they still take forever to die.
Agent down.
Shouldn't have kept peeking there. I kind of wanted to get that guy. Well, if you get down, do you lose it? Or you just run out of time there?
Vital signs critical.
Like we ran out of time. I would feel it would last longer than that. Ah.
Agent vital signs
She
0.
blew up that thing. By the time I tried to fast heal there, it got me. Let's try again. We've looted already a bunch, so we'll go a bit quicker. But yeah, the world hazard definitely got in our way. Because the chances of wiping are like a lot higher on something like this. Also, what I should try to do is, yeah, definitely keep in long range as much as I can. I do think though that I still see a bunch of people like either not knowing about the quick heal or just like poo-pooing it, basically going like, what is the point of it? Point of it is especially there, like there, if I wasn't staggered by it, which quite often you wouldn't be, like most of the time you wouldn't be staggered by that hit as well. Like there was a thing exploding, but you know, if it's just bleed rounds or something. Thing is, you can do the quick heal and then that will save you from getting downed by fire or bleed or stuff like that. Because in the past, I feel like for a long time, it was always just, if you were kind of in that state, you're basically just waiting to go down. Like, now at least you have kind of a way to deal with it. Oh, I'm gonna fall back into long range.
Serious trauma.
By the teeth, I'm gonna kill that guy before I actually take off his Stellite. Everybody has Stellite. It just takes too many hits to take Stellite off. I feel they should change that. Okay, we're back to where we were.
Feeling.
Oh, yeah, actually, let's actually set up for. Ah, it's broken again. I won't set up for that then. I'll just go.
Damn! Crappy armor.
Look at that red sniper. I'm like going to kill her before. Even though I'm shooting a full automatic weapon at her. Like, I kind of get it if it's like a rifle or something. I'm firing a classic M1A or something at her. Kind of outside of her effective range.
Needed.
I wanted to peek out on the left side there or on the right side here, but the game decided I wanted to go over. Let's see, is the cover to covers. I'm below. Oh. And oh yeah, I'm gonna get a heavy hit first. What about you? Okay, as long as it's not Stellite. It's mostly here. The enemies causing us trouble are all Stellites.
Local power offline. Circuit breaker detected.
Because I will also... I'm not sure if I reloaded my LMG, but I will just reload my LMG for me. Yeah, we're slow boating through here. Actually, likely the purple turret drone build is faster than this just by just by virtue of the turret and the drone being basically, you know, not purple. Well, sometimes you gotta play for a little bit of challenge. Actually, I'm not gonna post stuff on the door. Normally, I would go a little bit further and just have a straight line of fire into that door. I'm not gonna do that here because I don't have the killing power to just sit in front of that door.
No shot from here.
Also, I should check if my out works here. Also, pay attention. Well, first of all, these guys are going to spawn when I go in there. But there is one table there. That guy, right? He's going to kick over the table. That's his animation always. I'm going to kill him right away. That table just kicks itself over. Because of course, yeah, the animation, like, it wants to have that happen even though the person isn't there anymore to do it. But yeah, the table just falls over by itself. Just
Serious trauma detected.
Your way makes us better.
Yeah, these guys gonna hurt. This is the smart way. Let's get that in. Okay. But yeah, this table is sentient. just wants to fall over, so it does. Might actually, yeah, go to theater and back after this to get some med packs. Although I might get a bunch of drops here.
How do you like my driving?
Well, I'm already back to 2 as well. How do I like the driving? A lot.
We're set up in the mall. They're not getting through here. Don't die, motherfucker. Not a chance.
He said the lie. Cool guys go through windows there. Because why take a door when you can take the window? And let's go. Finish this book. Oh, you're reading a book? No, there's this guy named Book in here, and I'm gonna kill him. Okay. Badumdish. Let's see about activating all out. Except we won't see about activating all out because all out does not want to activate. You know what? I'm just gonna swallow it. Would have loved to have some all out here because that would have made this fight a lot easier. It's gonna destroy his turret. I'm going for everybody except the boss. I'm kind of hoping he'll fall back. I can get some long ranges on him. He's also, yes, long range Stellite. Could you peek, sir? Sir.
Still there, sweetie? Hello? Fuck. Everybody get yourselves ready. This situation is serious.
Super serious. No shiny balls. I always love this effect. Although it is still weird that you like the first shot that you take, it takes away the reflection map. Don't feel that is intended. And then the interesting thing as well is these are regrowing. So yeah, we shut all of them out. Let's go get some loot. Then when we come back... Huh. Oh, what? Haven't seen that happen before. But yeah, these regrow. Yep. It's literally unplayable. Just how the reflection map instantly goes away. Are these even... I think these are pre-baked reflection maps, right? Also, like, what is even in that, right? Because that's not this room, really. Zoom and enhance. No, the other way. I mean, that's kind of the pattern here, but why would that show it from that angle, kind of, right? It's like the wrong angle. Because I feel they baked one and then they just put them on everyone. Look at those balls. I'm a child. Indeed, if you shoot your own balls off, as long as they have a reflection map as well, make sure that you need to make them shiny. Then there you go. There, shootable mirror in the game, yeah. So also likely why it just drops it like right away. Once it needs to do basically the other thing. Because also in here we have this is like one of the oldest jokes with DUA. So yeah, we have some onions here, right? We all agree, onions. These are onions. Were they? They're potatoes. Okay, full baskets or a full box, empty box. Yeah. Don't ask us why we know all these things. Just we had a lot of time. Okay, there was a pandemic going on. We shot everything. We were in every corner. we played around way too much. Big fan of balls here. Yep. You said it. Aren't we all? Oh, actually, I have prime time now, right? I did that wrong. Actually, now my long range isn't the right thing. Let's blow up the... Yeah, I need to wait for prime time to actually go away. Because it's not in my way.
Immediate medical assistance
Thought I
needed.
had all outs, but yeah. And we changed it just to check. To get it going. So I'm just gonna kill everything else. Preferably at pretty long range. Let that thing fire. So one of the things we can do is if we can blow up that, we can blow up that. That will do a lot of damage to the car, so we don't have to kill it all the way with just our main weapon. Oh, he has
Serious trauma detected.
wasn't even paying attention. Normally that matters so little that... Yeah,
Agent out of action.
I have a hive, so...
Agent vital signs 0.
Yeah, good thing we're not on hardcore. He's much harder to kill than I thought. It's more chunky than I thought. Oh yeah, let's not reload that weapon. Need to watch out, not to overdo it.
Needed.
Oh, I'm out of medpacks. And I've been health gated. And there's a sniper turret there. But yeah, how's your day? Yeah, this guy at least came into close range. That's nice of him.
Diesel, what's going on down there?
And I should have just stuck to long range and just used baby teeth
Everybody
there.
get to the arena now!
Yeah, let's put this back actually to all outs. See if we can trigger it. I would love it for the boss fight. Because there's why I had prime time, but actually if I went with prime time, I would have needed to shoot him at mid range, and that would have done that there anyway. Then here we're gonna use ourselves auto run. Although I am gonna grab that med pack. Auto run lets us just
Airborne toxins at unsafe
not
levels.
care about
Filters
disorientation. Although I think get disoriented. What?
Air filter function restored. Air quality acceptable.
Oh shit. Please come out. Sorry, could you come out? No?
Serious trauma detected.
God damn it. Sometimes game. Also, that's a heavy. It's not like I'm gonna oxy him or something. So I'm hoping a little bit of you is sticking out. The answer is not really, except for his ammo pouch. It's always annoying when you get
Airborne toxins at unsafe levels. Filters failing.
just seeing if there's any gaps or anything. Sometimes you can even create a hole if you shoot a spot enough. I'm not sure he'll be actually despawned because he is technically not completely out of that door, or is not completely in the door. It's kind of in a half state.
Air filter function restored. Air quality acceptable.
Can I find any red spots here? Sometimes shooting in the same area enough times will eventually create a hole where you should shoot. There's usually more walls than doors. Would have despawned by now. Let's try. I'm actually not sure what this will do. Let's fast travel away and back. Some DUA runs, yeah. That's usually as well. Why on that door we quite often, you know, let them kind of come out. I should have done that there as well. I'm not sure actually what this will do. Oh, it's still there. What? I'm stuck in the door. What? Excuse you, game? Are you alright, game? Is everything okay? Oh. Huh? What? Open door. Uh-huh. Walk through door. Why did that time it work?
Air filter function restored.
So, Mr.
Air
Heavy.
quality acceptable.
Right, stick my weaponry. Sometimes that even works. It's trying to melee me.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
More than trying. There we go. I wanted to finish this mission, Mr. Heavy. Sure, whatever. What yellow do I even have here? I'm gonna have the half healer.
Airborne toxins at unsafe levels. Filters failing.
This is the status right now. What's the knee pad on that then? Just don't know. Oh, it's of course as a BTSU, that's what. Fine. It's gonna take forever, but do you want the completion here? Well, yeah, no, tsunami's not gonna help here. Actually, what I should do is that's there. What? Why does... I have no directives on. Why does my cam charge suddenly go away? Door stuck indeed. Oh well, the door isn't stuck. The enemy is stuck in the door, which... Slight... What is that? What is causing... Is it the disorient? Why would the disorient get in the way of my...
Air filter function restored. Air quality
pulling me at
acceptable.
What? Is it? I have a charge. I have a charge again, but I pull it out and isn't there. What's going on there? Just keeps... Because also there are 2 charges, but it doesn't want to let me fire the second. What? Yeah, let me get you. Huge in yesterday IRL? Wait, how do you mean IRL? what does IRL what?
Airborne toxins at unsafe levels. Filters failing.
Well, I had 2 charges there, it said. And I tried to... Am I crazy? So as well. Okay, so starting to break his armor, so he'll be dead. So.
Oh. Air filter function restored.
When I say second, I mean minute.
Acceptable.
Door modifier, yeah. What is happening here? I should also be in cover too. Well, I should have glass on actually. Don't think I have a chest with glass though. And a skill tree. We'll just use this one. What are all these fake charges going on? And that's overcharge. No, that's available again. Yeah, slow and steady wins eventually, but fast would be nicer. Hey, look at that. We won.
We got devils in our house and they mean to kill us all.
And technically, I didn't beat the whole mission with the purple gear.
Stand and fight.
This run has been tainted.
Airborne toxins at unsafe levels. Filters failing.
But in my defense, fuck that guy. Fuck that guy in particular. We're still getting disoriented. Let's... Oh wait, are we? No, it was... I wasn't cool now. What? What's going on with the skills? It's not even showing charges. An Oxy, even with 1 charge, should show a charge. Right? It shows 1, even if you have just 1 charge. Also have +1 ammo, so it would be 2. What's going on here with the skills? Is it because of Quicken? Guessing it's because of Quicken. See if that helps. No? Okay. Game just Forgot how it worked, apparently. Do I rig them? Oh yeah, they're like, that's always the solution. We can always oxymat or fire chemomat. It being heavy though took forever. But is one of them. Oh, well, we gotta fix their tiny. I need their lane. Oh, I don't have pulse anymore, of course. That's annoying. See if actually now, yeah, okay. At least all out triggers. There's at least something. We can just abuse the modifier. And I'm doing pretty good. Everybody's enjoying their day. Kind of looking forward to tomorrow with Reanimated. Oh, there, that guy being stuck in that door was kind of annoying. Oh, we got threat. Yeah, door. It's also the other door, especially as well. If you actually clear out that room too quickly, quite often speedrunners run into it a lot. If you try to open that other door, sometimes that bugs out as well.
Vital signs critical.
Which is, you know, double chances. Oh, the guy's flanking me. Let's get out of here. And for those wondering as well why we're like barely doing any damage, I'm running a purple build. You're asking yourself, why am I running a purple build? Why not? Why aren't you running a purple build? That's the real question. Full kill there.
Taking out the hyena leadership leaves the faction in disarray.
Does this skill actually even work? No.
Securing the supplies and the equipment those
I can't actually.
And now little Dessa know.
What?
The theater settlement will be able to
I can't even pull it out anymore. Does my hive work? My hive works, but yeah, I can't instant use my chem. What happened to skills there? The game kind of got lost, I feel. So how long did that take us? That was a 37-minute district union. We wiped once early on, and then we got stuck on that for like forever. Yeah, let's end our journeys with purple there, because we're gonna go do a mission without the modifier as well. But I'm kind of good. There was every Sunday. I need a bigger tiger. Hey, anyways, and hope you're enjoying your work day over here. I'm enjoying running around a little bit with a purple build there. We'll put it back into the stash now. That's enough of that silliness. Try to farm a little bit of pieces for it, and there we also did a heroic district union just for old time's sake. Although yeah, the modifier of course very much helps. Should run it at some point without modifier. And this build lives in the stash, so we'll put it back into the stash. Yeah, let's load up OD on this character, but we'll just likely let's go get them cleaned up. Also, let's get him out of this silly. We had this on just for the video. We'll load that back to our normal one. We have that other one saved up. I had a plan. What was it? Had something in mind. Oh yeah, we can go farm a little bit in the LMG zone. Let me just as well. Their world is still set to hard. Let's set it back to heroic and then we'll swap that. Oh, do I want to swap out even? Yeah, I do want to swap. We could do character 2. And yeah, I'm gonna go farm the LMG zone for a bit. So I don't know if anybody's interested in some LMGs as well. Because we can actually bounty cheese that area somewhat. It's not the best bounty cheese, but to show that one off as well once in a while. It's a decent one. And yeah, if there is anybody interested in that, feel free to hop on in. So, pretty fast travel over there. I will also set the modifiers or the directives there. I might actually set my modifiers as well.
Another agent has joined your
Yeah,
group.
tiny joining.
Safe area detected.
Do you have the ability to have a OD, Tiny?
Another agent is now in your
Otherwise,
group.
I have, but oh, we have one day joining as well. Because if either of you has the ability to go OD, I'll go combat medic to kind of offset no regen here. Oh yeah, yeah, and he does indeed. Oh, actually, that's it was weird that was like a weird color there for a second. I was just like, yeah, it was just a whisper. And yeah, Cross will join in a minute. Oh yeah, we'll save that spot for Cross then. And yeah, what we want to do is if it's daytime. Although yeah, let's reset. Actually, what time is it in game? Oh, it's starting. The day's starting. Let's reset control points. Which I have it mostly green actually for like doing some of the priority objective stuff, but let's take it back red. Because yeah, what we want is getting a few bounties here. All of the bounties in here basically always go to Pier. And that makes this zone kind of farmable. Yeah, I got reset, right? Yeah, let's go do this public execution over there. Start getting some bounties in. And we'll go from Wall Street for that one. I'll just get a bunch of bounties here, and then I should have some saved up. I do, in fact, not have any saved up here. So we'll get some new ones. I'll kind of rush it because there's a few doors to shoot and stuff. My teammates will catch up. Because that's actually one of the reasons they put like a bunch of doors in missions and such, is that the person in front will kind of, get stuck opening them and such. That will let people bunch up. If you ever wondered why. They have the running corridors kind of for, as well, skills to kind of cool down. All the reasons to put like slow down mechanics for people is just it will bunch up the people so that less Russian. Let's engage these guys right away because we've been in their range kind of for a bit already. So I'm just gonna toss one right in. And usually it's the Warhound on that side, so that worked out. And in a second they'll spawn from up there.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Oh, yeah, I have Overwatch. I should be in cover as much as possible.
Civilians in distress.
Is that the last one? This is what it's come to?
Completion here. And be sure to pick up all of the bounties. All of the loot.
Died there. Doing, Agent?
Because all of the bounties will go there, kind of. Oh, this one's getting assaulted. Let's maybe do the thing here of clearing out places as well. Because yeah, let's go clear out that propaganda thing as nothing else has spawned. Because that can become a public execution place. You guys also want fast travel to me in a second instead of to the safe house. You go to the safe house, whoever goes there loses their ammo. But now I'm outside of it, so now if you fast travel to me, then you're also outside of it. Because then you guys get to keep your ammo. And let's loot this little area here. Well, the thing here is as well, I know that there is this. I'm just going to grab that as my starter ammo. And now let's get this little area of loot because there's a lot here. Also, if you get actually a really good looking purple LMG. Not opposed to taking that off your hands. But especially with like high stats or killer. Well, killer with high stats or measured with high stats. Because we'll get a few of those from the boxes. Oh yeah, let's head on in.
The government is trying to tell you that they have a right to enforce their laws here.
So we'll try to get a bunch of bounties.
False.
And then we'll just go
They
through
have no
Hostile
right here.
broadcast detected.
all of those bounties.
Run this down.
Let's get it going.
Shit!
Who built this city?
And we are
Bankers,
we can come east and west, so
tycoons, whatever the fuck
let's see where they are.
Or was it you? The hard-working sap,
So
working 2 jobs,
that
only to
away.
get hassled by a corrupt cop on your way home to get some goddamn rest. We know who you are. We know what you're going through. You were taught to look at the writers as criminals. But that's
I'll go for the key.
perpetuating
Access
itself.
key detected.
We've got food. We've got
If somebody stays up there for me.
Progress halted.
Completion.
Manual override required.
Target near you.
It's kind of going for the
Progress
button.
resumed.
Let me go back set up here as well. And if nothing else as well, the modifier giving away where they're spawning. It's kind of handy. Oh yeah, they're pretty far out of our optimal, but they're also in long range. So they're in by the teeth range.
Manual override required.
Yeah, there's still something of theirs alive.
Cleaners and rogue agents will shoot first and ask questions later. If you're looking to switch sides, contact by radio and we can arrange a meeting.
Let's just push into them. Those cleaners.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
They got pushed back all the way. Let's see if we have any loot out there with you. It's gonna be a big show. It's LMG named big show. There's a lot of those. Yeah, that's where we clear our back there.
I can't shoot from here.
Then a good spawn for us. Public there. Yeah, let's go get that public. Likely we'll have that convoy as well. And yeah, we'll go from Wall Street. There's a marauder somewhere. We'll likely engage that actually. Those marauders are pretty easy with kind of waiting for Wix to be here as well. Because there's a bunch of resources here we can grab on the way through. Let's go around this way. So all these. Little black disc. Entanglement there. That convoy's kind of still half there. We could actually engage it. Let's maybe do that. Let's take them both. Because watch out, they'll slightly spawn to the side here, which is pretty close to us.
You're done.
For both guys.
Hostiles detected.
Let's trigger my ult out there.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Looking for if there's more. Yeah, kind of disorient trance. Undercompensated there. And we're gonna have a second wave of the enemies here.
Shit! What now?
And the marauders
Hostile
coming
control
around.
point
Should totally
identified.
take that marauder in a second. First, let's get our completion and our loot and money here. That's actually how are you on your library, Wix? Does you need any like third stats still? Because if you do, these aren't useful in real ways, but they're useful for the third stat. If you still need.
Thank you, baby.
Yeah, let's take the Marauder here. He's coming through here. I know we can just burn him down pretty quickly. Suddenly appear. Wait, where did he... What? Right there. There's an issue, especially for our dear Marauder friend up there, is that he's always at long range. So he doesn't get to easily evade us. Yeah, let's see in a second if there's anything on the map for us to go get, and there is. Let's go. Let's actually go from here. Let's just run from here to there. As the safe house is going to be just as far.
Another agent has joined your
Cross-chaining as well. So we'll get a few more bounties, but also I don't want to make it too late, but we'll get a few here and then go into them. Also, actually, what I should do, if you guys want, I am actually in the Discord voice channel. If you don't want to have my gameplay back, I should have done that earlier. Yeah. Or if you just want to come in and have a chat. But also, yeah, if you don't have a mic, feel free to hop in and just be on mute, or just if you don't have a mic, just you don't have a mic, but or if you don't want to talk, that's also fine. Then at least you don't have to have my background. I know, let's go mother this one. So it's really incredible. Exactly. Let's start engaging pretty quick. They'll spawn from at the end of the pier, basically. But yeah, let's get it going. Because I definitely want to get the...
Civilians in danger. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
With their heads. Alright, let's get a bounty and then the loot at the end.
Things weren't looking too good. Thanks.
Thank you, Agent.
I always love this little area here where somebody has prepared basically one of every type of explosive barrel. Just every type is here. So we can blow it up like that. Yeah, let's get the key chest up on top here. Actually, is everybody in range? I prefer to be in range for this. So maybe go clear out this territory control and the other one, just clearing spaces for territory or for publics to spawn. Likely if we get like one more, that would be enough. We can go do them all. Basically just to clear the spot, make the game have a spot to hopefully spawn us a public. And one of the downsides of New York, there's basically two big downsides. One is there's much more patrols just because they added in much more spawn points for enemies in between, which makes it also feel a lot more alive, honestly. But so there's also a downside to it, of course. I'm gonna sit up here. Yeah, The other one is, yeah, there's not as many fast travel points. So, for instance, in a zone like we have with, you know, West End, where we jump around and are pretty close to everything. This zone isn't at least bad. Like, we have 3, basically. Like, it's still better than some of the places where we have 1 or 2.
Incoming hostiles detected. Access key detected.
I'm just going into cover just to trigger my Overwatch there, even though, like, I'm not really in cover from the enemies. That's kind of fine. Let's make sure we've picked up all the loot here. But on the upsides of New York as well, there's like so many like nooks and crannies like this, for instance, where you have like a bunch of crates and resources. And well, actually this one's not that great. But yeah, there's like, you know, stuff like this you just don't have in DC much. Also not per se, of course. Too worth it. Although, oh, got a bunch of targets up here, so that's not bad. And yeah, let's go clear out that place as well, as that can be a... I jumped down and damaged myself, so the game thinks I'm in combat. Let's go from Wall Street for that one. Game took a second to load there. I'll wait for everybody to be here. Yeah, let's take the right side this time so we get these resources too. Are we on here? We'll likely aggro these guys, but that's fine. We'll just put some distance between us. The enemy's in the way.
Serious trauma detected.
Yeah.
Agent down.
You just swapped there. I was stubborn. I wanted just to get my reload all the way. I was like, I'll get the reload before he gets me. No, I didn't. Oh yeah, we can disengage from that. Let's maybe do that. That's it. If it's not an activity, doesn't give much in the form of rewards. I might get a drop or two. Here we'll get a guaranteed one.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Spawn from behind, if I remember.
Access key detected.
You're underneath. Let's go down there. Get all the leads. that where Bitcoin is eating. And partially. The thing is, of course, there is a limitation to it being headshots. The game just doesn't want to spawn much. Although yeah, we have like 3 bounties. Yeah, let's maybe go get this territory. Right, yeah, you know what? Let's go capture the control points. Let's go capture the control points. We can capture this one, and there's well, helmets and war hands will kind of ruin it. And yeah, it's indeed. See somebody setting up for the spec weapon. Yeah. Remember that part where I'm Overwatch? I totally remembered. But yeah, of course, in a group setting where you have like teammates to take care of those. I should cross here somewhere. Yeah, no. Oh, just here. So let's maybe. Well, no, actually, let's keep the distance, right? Let's have long range. Yeah, let's get her going. Because I normally would bomb rush for front. Here, why not? Keep some distance. And use the things. Use the modifier. One thing we do try to, in group settings at least, if you can, we try to avoid using, determined. This is a little bit cheesy, especially in a group setting. And it eats all the kills as well. So if you're okay, Wix, to... Because yeah, well, it is super strong, and we're so often okay with it, especially with like just hard farming. Like over bandages and but yeah.
An agent needs assistance.
Oh, have it there. Because in groups we try to generally not run determined if possible. Yeah, let's make sure we get all our leads. Bleed burger, yeah. I mean, that's usually the thing with the bleed. At least nowadays we have the quick heal to kind of help with that. Oh yeah, let's get set up here. Let's just let them come. One of the things with this one is annoying that they kind of quite often spawn very far away. Shouldn't I just put my Hav up there? Yeah, let's call them in. Let's see where they spawn. That one spawn that is like all the way back there. Like where we kind of came from.
Incoming hostiles detected.
And when it's that spawn, it sucks. But luckily, so far, it's this one. And one downside on killing super long range is we have to then, go and get our loot all the way back. They're being nice and spawning kinda.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
And they were, for a few seconds there, beyond 100 meters. My shots did not actually register.
Almost done.
They're gonna capture it here. Yeah, let's start go getting our loot and then we'll go for the supply room after. Because we can run out and then fast travel back.
Supply room access unlocked.
Because I want to be all together when we open it in there, just so we get all the resources all together.
Guarding is almost as boring as...
Actually, so everything will fast travel back, which will put us right up in here. I'll wait for everybody to be. Actually, everybody's in range. Start our popping. Oh, this one I can already. This one is personal anyway, so I can already pop that. Okay, we do have a hostage rescue there. Likely the fastest way would just be through the running from here, because the safe house would trigger that. Let's just run up from here, and then likely we'll just go and do a few bannies, because then we'll have a few. Because also if we run from here, we can get that black dusky chest and get some of the loot on this side. Also, quite often when you fast travel, those things disappear, so hopefully if we don't fast travel, then it won't. I'm just gonna do that to them. Stare.
Friendly control point nearby.
Hey. Oh, it's over there. Yeah, let's go get this key chest real quick, just as a slight detour. Actually, is this black dust? No, it isn't even a striker. Oh, I might have been out of range there. As a stream delay, of course, there. Check it out if you have loot back there.
I signed up to fight, not babies.
Thing there. Did it get it? And let's fight our way up. Let's take the low road here. Oh, actually, no, that thing despawned already. So maybe just go to this territory and we'll go into a banny. I'll already pop one of mine. So we have one already over there. We'll just go do whatever amount we have. I should wait until they were out and then joined upon them.
Hostile broadcast detected.
Let's clear out this territory just because it's right here. Take the high road. I have kind of forward. And yeah, let's get it going. That's always nice with coordinated teams, like we're all just kind of waiting for each other to set up and then opening all together.
Hostile contacts.
It's like
Access key detected.
in actual combat as well. Like rule 101, if you can actually, you know, coordinate the start of an assault, because honestly, the start of an assault, you know, if we can get the numbers down pretty quick, that is one of the safest ways of dealing with enemies. In games as well. Like if we can, at the start, quickly kill 2 people, 3 people, instead of like 1, before they all scatter.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Yeah, ammo director.
Target is near you, Agent.
And then one way we can go is actually if we go over this building, we can jump down from that side here. Oh, actually, forgot that one. And then there's, of course, very much hating our shins.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
And then yeah, the bounties in here. What we are gonna do is just do the bounty. It'll spit us out at the end, like it goes in a big circle. Once we've completed the bounty, we're gonna run outside again, where we kind of were, to just outside of that container that acts as a gate there, basically. Because that's the start of it again. Which isn't as good as like the other places, but still pretty good. Still better than going around for bounties. But yeah, this place does have a lot more running around.
That's your target.
And then usually here, they have only one spawn point. So here, one of the bosses is spawned. Spawn point is that like little building at the far left. So generally we want like some people to kind of set up on the right and then some people to set up on the left. Should actually take blow that up so I can take cover there. Watch out, but they will spawn from that building to our side. So.
You got the target. Nice. That's the target, Agent.
Blow up the backpack there.
Hostile explosive seeker mine detected. Agent down.
Oh, they're gonna go around. Oh.
An agent needs assistance.
I know that fire there here. So we'll get over here.
Agent down.
I'm gonna supercharge here, resetting those hives just in case you guys clear the again, because also I kinda need my hive back.
Serious trauma detected.
Yeah, can't revive. Just won't let me. That's an egg.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent out of action.
Yeah, let's maybe respawn back in because I want to be safe.
Agent killed.
That here. Because it being open world, we can actually respawn. And we'll jump back into fight. Yeah, I think that's the light as well.
Target neutralized. Good work. That's your target. Got the target.
There we go.
Nice. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Actually, yeah, the better strat would be indeed to kind of set up long rangey on them. To kind of have to take the pier on there. Yeah, here, let's get our loot and then we'll go back to the starting area. And then the best way is kind of through this side. Although actually, let's get the box up here as well. Because we'll be going through this way, not the way we came. And then you will have this little part up here. It's one of the, of course, the safest place to be. It's just, you know, what could go right? Just sitting underneath a car, dangling off of a thing. I feel that thing should just drop on you if you just went through there, just as a warning, basically. Yeah. Let's clear out these guys because they're gonna spot us definitely. So.
Broadcast detected.
First, they drop some loot as well. That'd be useful though. And then once we're kind of out of that gate, if we pop another bounty cheese style, I'll use up some of my here first. It basically goes there.
The target is nearby.
It does have a space here as well to put it, but it basically never does. So, but yeah, we just run out and run back in. A little bit longer than some of the other spots. Do you get past items from old seasons? So if you mean the blueprints specifically, some of those are kind of locked out, as that's usually more the issue. But just items, just gear and weapons and stuff, with the exception of very few items. Everything's in the general loot pools. So if you need gear from certain other seasons or something, you can just target loot for it. So the map has a bunch of targeted loot areas. In Countdown, in Summit, you can set your own targeted loot. So you can get items that way. If you mean the blueprints, some of the blueprints are missing nowadays, or still. They've added in a bunch of them already, but yeah, not all of them yet. So.
Target spotted.
Just inside of range for just to make the move.
Target down. Good job.
Actually, I want to take that power. So I just need some inventorying for a sec. Sketch up. But that's GR9 otherwise. Would have been handy. Also, Wix, I don't know if you want this, but I do have a 10 headshot mod there. Because yeah, I'm maxed out on those, but you likely can use them. Yeah, no, let's get it going.
That's your target.
Annoyingly, I have all out activated.
Serious trauma detected.
Get murdered there if I don't watch out.
Agent down.
Still got murdered. In New York, indeed. We're bacheloring it up over here. I'm actually supercharged here, because that will. That barely didn't reach.
You got the target. Nice. That's the target, agent.
And there. The annoying thing was as well, I had triggered actually all out already, and then basically all of the dangerous stuff was not in all out range. That guy has Oxy. Watch out for that.
Target down. Good job.
I know that's the last guy, so let's just run him down. Yeah, there he is. But yeah, we have targeted LMGs over here, and as well here.
Good
Well,
job,
not the
agent.
best zone or the best place for some bounty chasing. It's still also not the worst. It's definitely usable. Also drops from earlier seasons. He drops the specials from previous seasons. Nothing outside of that, which I don't think they mean. But he always has basically all of the items that are seasonal specials. One thing we can do as well as I think that is Frost all ahead of us. We can actually just fast travel to him once he's at. They catch the name there on it, but yeah, a bunch of the New York ones here are pretty well named. Mad at these. I know, we don't need to be too far out, just
Hostile broadcast picked up.
outside of that is already enough. Is everybody out? Yeah. I have a black disc one. Let's pop that. What is your opinion on, do you think is the quickest way you want to do not doing the side missions? Getting boosted, getting group skilled by somebody else is definitely the fastest way. So having a level 40 in your group to group skill you up to that, and then together with that, one of the things is level 1 to 30 is kind of weird. You can't just repeat missions. Oh, sorry, you can't repeat missions for XP. You can't just do a ton of Lincolns. Each mission gives XP once. And one of the better ways to go about it, and you kind of want to do all of the missions because you need to have them all done to unlock capital to, you know, actually make it a usable character. Because otherwise as well, you can't set, if you don't reach, you know, level 40, which you need to actually go through capital to, and then the invasion as well, to like reach actually a state where you can change difficulty and set directives and stuff like that. The best is to first do some of the missions, so doing kind of like Lincoln, Potomac, and Federal, especially on like the level 40s world, and you can do them at the start and with 5 directives, because those all will apply, and also that being heroic will apply, and then doing the rest of it on the character's world, basically. Let's get it going. All out there, but it was kind of hard to, and I didn't in the end get the kill. I feel if all out, if it fizzles, it should actually be a shorter. But although, well, it's kind of the price you pay, right? It's a really good when you get it, but yeah, if you don't get it.
Target neutralized. Good work. That's your target.
It's kind of working out. Just set up in long range. And then he has mid-range. Stellite.
Target down. Good job.
Like so. That was the last named killed, so likely that's a chameleon there. XP event help? No. The 5 times is only active once you're level 40, once you have seasons basically unlocked. So yeah, that doesn't apply at all to anybody below 40. But I would think basically, yeah, that setup, just doing some of them. Actually, no, it's Ireland. I'm gonna assume everybody's good on those. I'm just gonna turn it into some junk. It's too expensive. And let's head back to the start. Because at the end of the day as well, you need to do all of the other levels as well, or all of the other missions to unlock, you know, the subsequent missions. So yeah, I would just do those 3 on, because you also don't want to do the invaded missions because they don't unlock till much later. But starting out just doing especially Lincoln, Potomac, Federal, which is like the last 3 missions available, just normal missions. And quite often we have enemies here. I'll just clean them out quick. That wasn't here. And then yeah, once everybody's out, if somebody else has a bounty, yeah, you guys should have a few, right? 'Cause I used up mine there.
Hostile broadcast detected.
The target is nearby.
And this place is as well. Pretty consistent. Oh well. One made it through, although the other side didn't, so that's good. Spammer there. We'll treat them to a ban. I know, they're back. It used to be in the past, or like a few months ago, was just every stream there was like 4 or 5 of them through the stream. Thing is as well, I have their, like the site they're spamming is actually as a banned word, so it just crosses out anyway. And so it doesn't even help them, but they're just annoying. And then yeah, the rest of it you just want to do on the other way around, and then if just because you need to get it done, and that should be actually enough XP to kind of skip everything that is kind of in the way. Together with if the other side as well is kind of group scaled. So one of the things that also will happen if you're group scaled, even at level 1, basically, is that the kill XP will still go to level 40 style kill XP. So just the kills will already kind of give a lot more. I'll take the forward here. This time. Okay, let's get it going. Keep trying to sneak in my all outs, but
You got the target. Nice.
it's kind of hard to compete with actual red builds.
That's your target.
Alright, so yeah, sometimes Strega is like this and shows up for others as well.
Target neutralized. Good work.
And actually when it does, it seems to actually apply as well if the other person is running Strega. Or if other people are running Strega.
That's the target agent. You got the target. Nice.
Another one there.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
You could solo it if you really needed to, but I feel that would just not really work out. Actually, I'm not sure if you still need a third stats, but in case you do. So I've been picking up a few items that have third stats. LMGs. It's for library. I'll just dump them there. Alright, let's take it back to the start. It's improved if it's later than the GE, but in the timeline it's before GE. It's always been like at the with the other ones as well. It's like the order of these is kind of messed up. Like that's yeah. But no, so it's just this timer. Like it starts in on Friday.
Rogue agent detected.
Oh, yeah, roguies. They're gonna be where that territory control was earlier. We're gonna actually engage them. They did drop targeted. So yeah, we chat about engaging too much here now. Yeah. Also, we're kind of out in the open, so watch out for that. There's also a lot of fire coming in. I'm actually gonna respawn here.
Agent incapacitated.
Just watch out about being open in that street. But yeah, the order of stuff like that doesn't matter. Like that has been wrong for the 3 times and the 5 times previously as well.
Defender drone detected.
Watch out on the right.
Detected. Hostile Mender Seeker mine detected.
Nice.
Hostile artillery turret detected. Hostile incinerator turret detected. Hostile striker drone detected.
That's the dangers of. Oh, it's right there. Add ammo as well.
Agent down.
I'm gonna supercharge here. We're gonna check that the hive is gone for a few seconds. Am I blind? Oh, back there. That's blind.
They flanked me. Get rid of those.
Rogue agent eliminated.
Because out in the street is sometimes dangerous. Oh no, the X. Nice. Oh yeah, that's also one of the nice things when target looting, you know, LMGs or like weapon types or gear slots. We get some exotics from it being bounties, and we'll get a few from it being the weapon type or something. And yeah, whoever has one, feel free to pop one. So yeah, let's do like 1 or 2 more here, and then we'll call
Target
it
is
there.
near you, Agent.
Is that thing? Don't want to make it too late. Tomorrow, I'll likely, yeah, there isn't enough time for me to stream in the afternoon, most likely, so likely it's only going to be evening. Might start earlier like we did today, but what I'm also planning on doing is in the afternoon, I'll likely have like an hour, like 2, like spread out hours available, so my plan is to make the reanimated only tips, basically. Have that go up on Wednesday afterwards. Going on.
Target spotted.
I'm so used to looking at the third stat for detox that it's kind of, you know, with LMGs, I quite often have to kind of like double take and go like, wait, that was a good chance. What was it?
Target neutralized. Good work.
Spawn.
That's the target, Agent. Target down. Good job.
I think I got destroyed.
That's your target.
Hostile assault turret detected.
You got the target. Nice. That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
So there was something still alive there, but there wasn't. One of the nice things here is as well is we have basically 2 places anyway for bounty cheesing kind of. Oh well, now we have 3 actually, right? So I'm gonna share that one for the weapon handling role there. Just in case it's needed for library stuff. Why couldn't that be detailed? Oh, but yeah, we get some tactical assessments from other factions, which is kind of nice. I'll just peek with the shears were there. Oh, yeah, we'll fast travel to here. Tiny actually this time. Making it out as first. Or yeah, as one, feel free to pop it. Because actually, so we have like, we have one in each zone. No, we don't have one in this zone. Because in this zone as well, we have actually this corner, which can be used for bounty cheesing in here as well. If we capture this, we can actually make most of the bounties go to this building. Although actually nowadays as well, there's the area outside of it as well. Oh, actually, it went somewhere else. We ended it there. That's gonna try. Wait, you can try again.
Target near you.
Sometimes it still does go. Yeah, here we're not guaranteeing it goes here. It's just like a 9 out of 10 times. Huh? And we have double rocks. Instead of catching 2 birds with 1 rock, we're gonna catch 2 rocks with 1 agent. Actually, 4 agents. Wait, so yeah, it doesn't even make sense in that way. Never mind. Yep. The smoothest. You've been struck by a smooth talker. Smooth truck.
Target spotted.
You've been struck by a smoothie. Somebody threw a smoothie at you. Who would do such a thing?
Target neutralized. Good work.
Waste of a pretty good smoothie. To the milk crate. Nice. And then we can have our rhythm here. We just set up like this. Yeah, let's get her.
That's your target.
Hey, for once I triggered my alert.
Serious trauma detected.
First then, a sniper almost murders me.
Agent down.
And then a sniper complete. Oh no, actually it was an airburst. Jeff, there's drones coming.
You got the target.
Supercharge here. So coming,
That's the target, agent.
so the dog just too late. Anyway, some light burns.
Target neutralized. Good work. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
And they're solutions. Good morning from Borneo. Well, good night from the Netherlands. As you were definitely in the night here. It's also here. Likely gonna round it out pretty soonish. Well, let's do one more, right? Just one more for the road. Also, I feel it's fitting for me to say one more. Just one more. Feel that needs to happen just so people can go, he said the line. Say the thing, IKEA. Here's one more. Yay. But yeah, we'll definitely just keep it to just one more. Because, yeah, we'll want to keep... Indeed. 99% of gamblers do indeed stop right before they win big. Depending on your metric of right before. And yeah, let's clear out these guys. We'll actually get in our way in a second. Oh, there's also some.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Okay, whoever has one, feel free to pop it. So make sure to check the map and actually be ready if it's not in the right spot. Wait, did we have one? Oh, actually, was it?
Target is near you, Agent.
We likely had a bunch of overlapping ones. Then, what is all that? Warhand and heavy already. And the big downside here is the big runs in between waves. Especially in comparison to, like, you know, downtown West. But as of course, like, comparing this place to one of the best spots. Emu, Judgy, and Nicked. Also, if nothing else, we've got a ton of LMG parts to optimize a few LMGs with.
Hostile artillery turret detected.
I'll just wait for him to pop. Blind friend.
Target down. Good job.
If that thing didn't come for us.
That's your target.
It's kind of hard to yoink any of the kills. There's what I tried to get.
You got the target. Nice.
All outgoing again, but failed
Target
miserably.
spotted.
Yeah, the striker showing again.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Yes.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Go loot from this side. Yeah, we did 15 caches, yeah, 15 levels there. A ton of loot. Although likely at this point as well. Am I full up on LMG parts? Oh yeah, nice. Because yeah, I've used up a ton actually, so that's pretty good. And a few decent tactical assessments. Which one's on what's on your accuracy? Once everybody's looted their things. Peek at what is shared. That's a neat third stat for if you wanted Wix. That's Pomic chest? What does that mean? Because yeah, if you guys are, let's round that there as the last one. But yeah, if you have all the loots, we'll take it back to DC. Also get cleaned up there. And then we'll round it out. Was that the electric chest one? I think he got it in the end.
Area entered.
Oh, yeah, I should need that. No, that could have been it as well. The talking BFEs. I'm gonna hang on to that one. I'm gonna hang on to anything else there. I should have 2 spots in my stash. No, I have 1 still. Let me get rid of this other one. Oh, that's much worse. Oh, that one's actually not worth optimizing, honestly. Because one of the things I'm doing is replacing a ton of my LMGs with, yeah, which were basically with the right talents to being with the third set being crit chance, because nowadays again as well. So this one would be a replacement for this, but yeah, we need to be better than that. I will also actually shrink how many LMGs I need to have in there, so that would be nice. But over time, we'll get that kind of done. Let's pop our caches. Let's see if there's anything worth keeping or sharing here, and then we'll round it out.
Agent, good to be seeing you.
I might share that one with. Their stats are always kind of annoying to get sometimes. Shotgun, even though you wouldn't ever use optimal range, but just in case Rex needs it for their, or anybody else needs it for their collection, for their library. And then yeah, I'm gonna round it out here. Gonna drop group, and I'm gonna thank Tiny and Wix and Trojan for joining me there for a little bit of grinding and yeah, getting some shit done. So, GG's all around. So, drop to GG's. I'm gonna also drop off of the voice there as Cross was in there with me. I was just listening because I didn't have my explosions and stuff. And then yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna let's drop group here. Bring up my allies. Actually, I'm on 27776. Should have gone one further right for 27777. But yeah, live and learn. We'll get that one in a future way. On the Twitch end, of course, I'm gonna start setting up to raid out to somewhere, as we always do. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, likely only in the evening. And that's gonna be in the afternoon. I might pop in and try to get the only tips recorded for Reanimated, as that goes live tomorrow. And yeah, we'll also have a maintenance tomorrow, so yeah, be ready for that. As before we go into Reanimated here, and this does mean yeah, be ready for it to maybe be an hour longer or such. We haven't had one in a while. It might be messy. Yeah, we're just gonna actually wait. Who am I on the following list? If I have anybody else, maybe. No, let's just go with a little huge, as we haven't rated him in a bit. Although we rate him quite often, of course. Although I don't mind at all as well. Yes, quite enjoy his content. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow evening, maybe a few hours earlier, just like today. Just to take a little bit of advantage of Reanimated, and then likely as well by Friday I haven't actually decided what we're gonna play Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but we'll figure something out. And this weekend as well, actually I'm free, and I might actually just do Division, but then maybe, or do Division 2 one of those days, but just do a watch alt run, get those in, like things that aren't affected by 5 times XP, just for myself to not, yeah, as I just don't want to benefit from that too much. For Reanimate, for those who don't have Regulus, there already is one, actually. The raid has started, but actually, yeah, in the build collection, so where is it? 510. And the other thing is basically whatever Regulus build you have, you just put a harvest in it. If you have a harvest, and hopefully you do, because likely tomorrow it will disappear, I would guess. And otherwise just a 586 or 686 with Determined. Basically any Regulus build is also a pistol with Determined build. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow evening. I hope you enjoyed this one, and hopefully join me in the future. But for now, we'll just sign out and just say, as always, have a good night.